Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business world, having a robust financial management system is essential. That's where SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809 comes in. Today, we are going to dive into the world of SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809. Well, SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809 is an advanced finance management solution that empowers organizations to streamline their financial processes, enhance decision making, and drive business growth. SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809 delivers a significant impact with 40% faster financial closing times and 25% lower audit costs. Its transformative power transforms financial operations. In today's business landscape, efficiency and accuracy are crucial. Leveraging SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809 provides a real-time insights, optimizes cash flow, and ensures agility for a competitive edge. So in this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809, from its core features to its implementation best practices. We will explore topics such as financial accounting, cash management, assets accounting, and more, equipping you with the knowledge and skills to excel in your finance role. Before we begin, please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any update from us. Now moving ahead, let us look at the agenda first. We will begin with the architecture of central finance. After that, we will look into the introduction of source system. Once we are done with this, we will dive into the SAP S/4HANA Finance roadmap. After that, we will look into the SAP HANA OLAP OLTP. Moving ahead, we will dive into overview of SAP S/4HANA 1809. So, before any further ado, let's dive in.
So, let me put out something on the board. Okay, so we are into the class of introduction part of SAP S/4HANA. SAP S/4HANA. By this time, you people have been might be known about what is the definition of SAP S/4HANA. SAP S/4HANA stands for. Okay, so I'm putting on the board here everything. So I'll go step by step. Okay, there is no hurry. Okay, so we'll go by step of evaluation of SAP from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. I'm going to touch everything in a very detailed way because this will be added for your certification questions actually. So there will be some 8 to 9% of the certification questions are coming on the basics of SAP S/4HANA and HANA database. So let me start from the evaluation of SAP basically. Okay. So how the SAP has been evaluated, let me go through from the scratch. Okay. So we all know that SAP is the platform of ERP. SAP stands for systems, applications, and the products in data processing. Very, very important. So earlier, if I go back to 20, 30 years back, we all know that SAP has come out with two-tier architect. Okay, I'll tell you what is the meaning of two-tier architect, which is going to be called as in 1979. In 1979, we came out with SAP with the initial version of SAP has came out with two-tier architect where we call it as the R2 architect. Where it is going to be called as R2 architect. We are working on the mainframe architecture actually. We are working on mainframe architecture. Later on, we came out with our client server architect after 1992. The first SAP platform, we are working on the mainframe architect, which is called as a two-layer architect. R stands for real-time two-layer architect. And next after the journey from 1979 till 1992, we came out with a new architecture. Actually, we came out from the SAP mainframe architect, that is IBM mainframe architect, to 1992. We came out with SAP client server architect. That is known as SAP R2 architect. That is known as SAP R3 architect. So just to put over here everything, this is a main server architect. This is very, very important. Mainframe, we are working on mainframe, and in 1992, okay, we are shifted from R2 architect to SAP client server architect. Very, very important, client server architect. So we have three layers of architect over here: presentation, application, and the database. So what are the three layer architect? R stands for real time, R stands for real time, and 3 stands for 3-layer architect. So how the 3-layer architect look like? The 3-layer architect look like, this is our client, this is our server. If you take a server, this is our server. So we have 3 layers are there. Okay, one is going to be called as a presentation, and the second one we call it as a application, and the third one we call it as a database layer. Third one we call it as a database layer. So this is the presentation. Presentation layer, and the middle one is nothing but application. Application is a server where application has been resided. So application is a server. And the last layer, we call it as a database layer, which is called as a DB layer, database layer. So it is a completely called as a client server architect. So we are going to be using our own server architect till 1992. So 1972, 1992, we don't have our own server architect. So we came out with our SAP own architect, which is going to be called as the client server architect in 1992. With the initial version of 4.0, 4.1 version, actually in 1992. Actually, I think no people now, we don't have this architect till now. No client is using about this client server architect as of now. So in 2003, 2004, we ourselves, very, very important actually. This is very, very important radical change which have been happened in the 2004. So I'm taking about 2004. So we came out from client server architect to ERP software. We came out from client server architect to ERP product. So this is what exactly we came out here. So this is nothing but our ERP. ERP stands for my enterprise resource plan. ERP stands for enterprise resource planning. Very, 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 very important. So in 2004, so the success of SAP platform has been went continuously till 2015. Till 2015, from 2004 to till 2015, the success of SAP has went very drastically. I mean to say that very speed with a high performance of the application with the database platform. So if you see, most of the Fortune 500 companies, they already been working with SAP because of the maintaining of all the streamlining. We can call it as a spectrum of all the functionalities bringing into one application from today onwards. Spectrum of all the functionalities means if you take finance, if you take a production, if you take a sales and distribution, if you take a marketing or something like HR process. So this all the spectrum of functionalities now I'm fitting into one application. That application I'm going to be calling it as a SAP. Now the SAP has been added as one of the product of ERP in 2004. So SAP is a product actually. ERP is nothing but a package. ERP is not a product. ERP is nothing but a package. ERP is nothing but a package. It is not a product. So in 2004, we have been nominated ourselves as one of the product of ERP, except for if you take a lot of ERP products are there, like Oracle is one of the ERP product, JD Edwards is the one of the ERP product, PeopleSoft is one of the ERP product. In the same continuation, we ourselves has been nominated as one of the ERP products, so that now when you take an industry specific solution, if you take an automobiles, if you take a pharma company, if you take something like agriculture industrial product, if you take any product, if you take any industry specific like media or something like anything, our product is going to be well suited for all types of industry. Means we are covering about 25 industry specific solutions for all the applications which are integrated tightly, within our application. That means if you see here, finance is one of the module, and sales and distribution is one of the module. Okay, MM is one of the module. So we see there are 3 modules are there: finance, sales and distribution, and MM. All these 3 applications, all these 3 components, I can call them as a component. All these 3 components are within the SAP, within the same application, which are tightly integrated with each other. So there is an integration process has been built up between one module to another module within the same application of the product called as SAP. So here, what is happening? So we nominated ourselves to the SAP ERP product in 2004. So what is happening? The same client server architect is going to be working for us. Same client server that is going to be called as R3 architect. So there is going to be called as a presentation, application, and the database. Same thing. But we have been introduced ourselves to one of the ERP product. In which year? That is in 2004. So presentation will remain as it is only. If you take a presentation will remain as it is. Same presentation I'm going to be using over here. Same application I'm going to be using over here, and same database I'm going to be using here. So there is no change in the presentation, application, and the database. So this is also called as R3 architect. We call it as the R3 architect. We are working on the same client server architect, but we are the product of ERP. That is going to be called as enterprise resource planning. So when we call it as a product of ERP, when you take an SAP out of this box of ERP, SAP is not a single application, my dear friends. SAP doesn't contain only single application. If you take a PeopleSoft, this PeopleSoft is only related to the HR components, time management, risk management. Only the components of HR related activities are getting integrated. But when I take my SAP, when I take our SAP is going to be having the finance, SAP is going to be having the controlling, SAP is going to be having the sales and distribution, and SAP is going to be having the middle management and PP. And if we take one of the core model, which I'm going to be taking it as a HR also. So what is happening here? These all the functionalities, whatever the components I'm going to be treating, all these components are underlined within the same application where we call it as the SAP ECC application. So ECC, Enterprise Central Component. We call it as a Enterprise Central Component. Now what is happening? If a client want to go start the journey with SAP, if a client, if you take a customer, for example, if I take a customer, X customer is there. Now he wanted to start the journey with SAP. So what is happening here, it is nothing but we need to activate the business functions. What are all the components you want to activate according to the streamline of the business process? If I take automobiles company, in the automobiles company, they have the finance module, they have the sales and distribution department, they have the material management, they have the HR, they have the PP. So they want to have all these components actually. So what we are going to do, we are going to activate these components actually. So what components should be activated? Okay, so within the same application of SAP ECC. So we are activating those components, and these components, what happening? Every component is integrated with each other. Mean to say that if I take a finance, for example, finance is nothing but for external reporting purpose. Mainly all the transactions, whatever the day-to-day transactions we are posting in SAP. So all these transactions are getting consolidated, and it is maintaining a central database for all the accounts within the GL for the preparation of P&L account and balance sheet. We all know that finance is mainly useful for external reporting purpose. So apart from this finance, so what is happening here? I have the sales and distribution. And I have the material management. Now, what is happening? Actually, these three components are independent. Actually, we can call the FI is a separate component, SD is a separate component, but MM is a separate component. But once you activate these functionalities, once you're activating these functions in SAP, what I'm going to find here, all these functionalities are integrated to my finance module. All these functionalities are integrated with my financial module. There is no manual integration. Automatic integration is going to be done. There is no manual thing which I can extract the data from the sales and distribution or the middle management to the finance, and I can use this financial module for the external reporting purpose. No, nothing. Everything is tightly integrated with each other. FI module is integrated with SD, SD is integrated with FI, MM is integrated with FI. So all the modules within the same application are tightly integrated. So what is the benefit? The benefit here is whatever the financial transactions you're posting in MM. See, for example, I have procured a raw material. Okay, so I have procured a raw material. So I want to get some raw material from the vendor. So what you're going to do? You're going to raise a purchase order. And with the reference of the purchase order, you're going to get some goods from the vendor. Whatever the goods you have been ordered, this is called as a goods receipt. We call it as a goods receipt. So you have raised some raw material. So you have raised the purchase order, and the vendor is sending a material to you. So that is going to be called as a goods receipt. Normally we call it as a goods receipt. So goods receipt in terminology, we call it as material document. Actually, when you come to the module, they will call it as a material document. Actually, in their terminology, material documents. If you take a goods receipt is nothing but material document, but there is some financial accounting transactions are going to be involved in this. If you see in the back end, yes, definitely there is a financial accounting entry is going to be triggered. Yes, from the point of view, they don't require, but because from the point of view, they only required what are the raw materials, how much quantity of the raw material they have received against the purchase order. That's all they're going to look. But in the back end, if I go and see, there is an accounting document. In the back end, if I go and see, there is an accounting document will be generated. Why? Because very, very important here. Because what is happening here? So there is some accounting document will be generated here. Okay, so accounting document in the sense is nothing but this is an accounting entry where it contains the debit account and the credit account. Debit account and the credit account. There should be 2 line items. So if you take any financial transaction, there should be minimum 2 line items. One should be the debit and one should be the credit. The debit always should be equal to credit. So now what is happening here? Now what is happening? If I go and see in the back end, so my inventory raw material account, inventory of raw material account is going to be the debit. That is going to be the debit in the back end, and my offsetting account, GRIR clearing account. So I will go into the detail when we are discussing the classes. Okay, don't worry. So this is the account which is getting created in the back end. This is the accounting entry actually. Okay, this will be triggered automatically. This accounting entry will be triggered automatically. No need to post any manual accounting entry. That is what we call it as a tightly integrated with each and every module. Tightly integrated. So once this transaction has got posted, once you post the goods receipt, the goods receipt contains 2 documents. One is going to be called as a material document. Another one is going to be called as an accounting document. This accounting document, we can see it is getting integrated. This accounting document, we can see it is integrating with my financial module automatically. If I go and see the balances in my journal ledger, I can see the balances in the inventory of raw material account, and I can also see the balances in my GRIR clearing account. From where the balances have come, from where this transaction has got posted. The transaction has got posted from the module, and it is getting integrated with my financial accounting. So what is happening here? This particular application, whatever the application which I am going to be using, this application contains the several components like FICO, SD and everything, and all these components are tightly integrated with each other. So this particular architect, I can also call it as SAP Business Suite. Very, very important. This is a certification question to all of you. This is called as SAP Business Suite. Very, very important. So what is your business suite here? The business suite is nothing but your application. The business suite is nothing but your ECC application, where we call it as application. ECC is nothing but my business suite. So that is the name we have been providing, SAP Business Suite. 9. So this journey has went very successfully. From 2004, we came out with an ERP product. Okay, so 5.0, 6.0 with several enhancement package have come. If you take ECC 6.0 series, we have enhancement package 0 to enhancement package 8, 9 packages have come. And where there is one more radical change, there is a new successor of ECC platform to next generation business suite platform. Very, very important. So if I start my journey, still the continuation, the journey is still continuing. We are not stopped to the ERP product. So again, it has started the journey. When I go and see my journey here, in 2015, very, very important, my dear friend. This is the way exactly I should call it as a radical change. In 2015, the first time we have came out with the next generation business suite. Very, very important. We call it as a next generation business suite. What is the next generation business suite? Till 2004 to till 2015. Till 2014, you can take till 2014. We call our application as an ERP product. My dear friend, we call our SAP application as a ERP product. It is not the next generation business suite. It is just called as the SAP business suite only. It is just called as the SAP business suite, where all the components will lie within the SAP component. But in 2015, there is a new application, the successor of ECC application. We call it as a successor, which is called as the next generation business suite. In 2015, we call it as SAP S4 HANA. Very, very important. This is very, very important here. So in 2015, in the month of November, the new SAP next generation business suite has been introduced, called as SAP S4 HANA. Now we don't have the ECC application component. Now we don't working on ECC, my dear friend. ECC is going to be supported only till 2024, 2025 only. After that, all the customers who are still working on to the ECC application, SAP will not support after 2025. Down to next 5 years. All the customers who has been resided in ECC application should be get converted to ECC to SAP S4 HANA by 2024-25 in the starting of 2025. Why? Because in 2025, from the month of April, SAP has clearly told to all the existing customers, if still you clients are still resided in ECC, SAP will not be supporting you. There will be no action on releasing the nodes and support packages for ECC customers. So it's an important to every client. They should come out with an alternative to get the system to be converted to SAP S4 HANA by 2024 or in the early stages of 2025. So the new successor of SAP S4 HANA has been introduced in the year of 2015 with a release called as, very, very important, 1511. The first version of SAP S4 HANA is called as 1511 with S4 core called as 100. S4 core is nothing but your application version. Our S4 core is nothing but your application version. It is called as application version. S4 core is nothing but your application. Where earlier I'm calling it as the same as the ECC. Earlier I'm calling it as the SAP ECC Enterprise Central Component. Now the same ECC application component, now I'm calling it as the S4 core. S4 core is the central component of your SAP S4 HANA. Now I'll show you one example. I log into the SAP now. See here. Now you can see here. Now I'll show what is a S4 core now. Now I'm just logging into the SAP. This is 1819. You can see here the latest version of SAP S4 HANA on-premise 1819. Now, I'm talking about the two things, very, very important. One is SAP S4 HANA, another one is the S4 core. SAP S4 HANA, when I take your SAP S4 HANA, it is nothing but your SAP release. We can call it as SAP S4 HANA as the application component. S4 core is nothing but your application. You can see here. Now, when I log into the system, when I go to the system here, and when I see the status here, there is an option called as the status. And if I go into the installed product versions, now here you can see here. My S4 core. You can see here the component in the component. You can see here the S4 core is nothing but my component which has been installed. This is the central application core component. The release version is 103. Till now, you can see here. Till now, we have 4 releases in on-premise. First one is the 1511, second one is the 1610, third one is 1709, and the fourth one is 1809. Till now, when you come to the SAP S4 HANA on-premise, we have totally 4 releases are there. Okay, 1511 is called as S4 Core, release called as 100, and the second one we call it as S4 Core 101, and the third one we call it as S4 Core 102, and the fourth one we call it as S4 Core 103. At present, as on today, I'm telling, we have 4 releases in SAP S4 HANA. So the first, when the SAP S4 HANA has came out with the successor of SAP ECC, with the successor, which is called as the digital transformation product. Actually, we call it as a digital transformation product. Now everything is going to be happened as a digitalized. Okay, so we came out with the 2 deployment options. We came out with the 2 deployment options when in 2015 with SAP S4 HANA 1511. One is called as cloud, another one is going to be called as on-premise. So the first one is going to be called as on-premise, and the second one which is going to be called as cloud. And in the cloud also we have the private cloud and the public cloud also. We'll discuss more when we are going to be discussing on the cloud components. In the cloud also we have the private cloud and the public cloud also. I'll discuss more on to this also. Okay, private cloud and the public cloud. This is public, sorry. This is called as the public cloud. Now we have on-premise. On-premise is nothing but you're working on ECC application only. The applications are working on SAP ECC, that is going to be called as on-premise, and the cloud components are separately managed by the SAP actually. The cloud components is not an ERP product. Okay, the cloud components are separately managed by the SAP. When you come to the on-premise is the package of SAP ECC only. So we have the on-premise and we have the cloud. So the on-premise and the cloud, both these versions have come out with the same release called as 1511. And later on the on-premise is converted to yearly innovation cycle. Very, very important, yearly innovation cycle. And cloud is nothing but quarterly innovation cycle. Very, very important. This is going to be called as quarterly innovation cycle. So if you see here on-premise, every year, after 1 year, we are going to see the new version of SAP S4 HANA on-premise. So the SAP S4 HANA is going to be called as the next generation business suite, which is fully built on in-memory platform. Very, very important. See the definition once again I am telling. Let me discuss 1511, 1610, 1701, 1801 and later. But the most important thing is, what is SAP S4 HANA? SAP S4 HANA is the next generation business suite, which is the successor of SAP ECC. Which is the successor of SAP ECC, which is completely built on digital transformation process. Which is completely a digital transformation process where we can see the digital core and digital innovation now in SAP S4 HANA. So SAP S4 is nothing but suite for. The first 2 letters we can see here. S4 is nothing but suite for. 4 is nothing but 4th generation. S is nothing but suite. HANA is nothing but my database. HANA is nothing but my data. I can see here. Okay. SAP S4 is nothing but your application, my dear friends. So your first 2, this is what exactly I would like to tell. Many people are getting confused here. So SAP S4 is nothing but your application, and HANA is nothing but your database. HANA is nothing but the concept of HANA we'll discuss more. The HANA is nothing but your database here. So S4 is nothing but your core, that is going to be called as your application. S4 is nothing but your core application, and HANA is nothing but your database. HANA is nothing but your database. So we call it as a next generation business suite, which is fully built on in-memory platform. So what I'm saying here is nothing but, this is my previous, if I go back, If I go back, if you see, this is the architect I'm going to be seeing. Here we have the presentation. Here we have the presentation. And we have the ECC as the application, and we have the any database. We call it as the any DB. Any DB is nothing but, I'm not talking about SAP HANA DB. We are talking any DB, like people saw, like Oracle DB, like Microsoft DB, RDBMS, DBMS. You can take any DB. So we call this core application as the SAP Business Suite, my dear friend. Very, very important. Why? Because your application has resided on any DB, not on SAP HANA DB. Your application, your ECC application has been resided on secondary access DB, which is called as Oracle or Microsoft or DBMS or RDBMS. I'm not specifically telling it is Oracle or DB. If it is any DB, except you except with SAP HANA DB, you can call any DB as a secondary access device. So this complete architect, presentation, your SAP's ECC server underlying with any DB, this complete architect, I call it as SAP Business Suite. It is called as SAP Business Suite. Now, what is happening here? When you want to start the journey with SAP S4HANA, when I want to start my journey with SAP S4HANA, so my journey is going to start like this. Without SAP HANA DB, I cannot go with SAP S4HANA. My dear friend, this is very, 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 very important. So now you have 3-layered application, that is 3-layer server. One is going to be called as a presentation, and the second one is going to be called as your application, and the third one is a database, but my database is on my SAP HANA DB. Okay, so presentation. And here, and earlier we have the SAP ECC application. Now I am converting this SAP ECC application to SAP S4HANA application. Now you have been recited with a new application called as SAP S4HANA. Now my DB always should be, your SAP S4HANA application will be always built on SAP HANA database only. No other databases can be supported. No other databases can be supported except with SAP HANA DB. Very, 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 very important. So when you see the definition of SAP S4HANA, SAP S4HANA is the next generation business suite, which is fully built on, where it is built on, which is fully built on your ECC to SAP S4HANA is built on your SAP HANA database, which is called as next generation business suite. Now, SAP S4HANA contains 2 applications. One is on-premise, another one is the cloud. At present, we have the 4 on-premise releases. So on the current on-premise release, which we are working in, is 1809 with an SAP S4 core with 103. You can see here, this is what exactly I'm telling. With a 103. 103 is nothing but your core application component. You can see here. This is the core application release of S4 core. S4 core is nothing but your application. Okay, this is nothing but your S4 core. This is what exactly I can call it as the S4 core from today onwards. So the total S4 core is going to be running on 1819 with 103 release. So here, this is what exactly the journey of my SAP from 1979. If you see here, from 1979 till 2002 till 2004, from the 2004 to till 2015. From the 2015 also we can see 2016, 17 and 18, so many releases have come with SAP S4HANA on-premises. So this is how the evaluation of SAP has been done into the platform of SAP.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is primary purpose of SAP S4HANA Finance 1809 solution? Your options are custom relationship management, supply chain management, financial management and accounting, human resource management. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section below. Hello there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S4HANA Finance 1809? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this training, you will master the art of managing finances efficiently with SAP S4HANA Finance 1809. It's like having a powerful toolkit for handling all your financial needs from budgeting to reporting. Our course covers everything from the basics to advanced techniques designed by industry experts. Your instructors are seasoned pro with the years of experience in the field. They are here to make sure you understand everything and can answer any question you might have. But don't just take our words for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part is it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809 Viz? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
The most important thing is before you do the SLT connectivity, to the central finance system, we have some source system. Actually, if you take some source system like SAP ECC, okay, SAP ERP, okay, so something like Oracle database, okay, so you have several source systems. There are some settings. There are some nodes has to be get implemented in the source system before you do the actual transaction process in SAP S/4HANA. So if I take a source system, this is my source system. Now I log into the source system, and here the most important thing here is actually whenever you go for any source system, make sure that the source system is going to be your ECC. Okay, I'll take out your source system is an ECC system. Okay, just I'll make it as a paint over here, so just it will be easy for you to understand. I'm taking the source system as ECC. Very important. This is very important. Now I'll take an example. Your source system is an SAP ECC. Before I start doing the connectivity of SLT to the source system, there are some SAP nodes has to be get implemented. Very important. This is a very important. We have to make it understand here. What are the nodes actually? So whenever you go for an SAP interview, okay, forget about the certification of the central finance. But before I go for any real-time scenario, this is very important that any consultant who has been assigned to the central finance project, this is the basic thing as the first step. What are all the nodes has to be get implemented in the source system before you go live with SAP S/4HANA Central Finance. So here I'm taking the SAP ECC as my source system, where I'm doing the transaction posting from SAP ECC to Central Finance system. Now this is my SAP ECC. Now when I go to the system, this is a source. I'm talking about the source system, not about the target system here. Okay. When I go to the system, here when I go to the status, based on the release, because we came to know that there are several releases have been come from SAP ECC. Okay, so based on the releases we are talking here. Okay, go for the document, and here if we go to the component, just come down. Here we need to look out for SAP_fin. Very please make a note. If you have a pen and paper with you, please make a note. So the component and the releases are going to be very important. We see that the releases have come from the 600. Like there are several releases: 600, 617, 618, okay, 700, okay, we were able to 748. Okay, there will be so many releases there. But here my SAP_fin, the release is going to be the 618. Very important. So for 618, 600 will be there, 602 will be there, 603, 604. We see 605, the release have come with SAP ECC. Okay, 606, 616, 617, 618. There are so many releases have come in SAP as a component of SAP_fin. Now, my source system is on SAP ECC with the 6.18, that is the 618. And I see the support pack level with the 008. And this is what exactly my configuration in my SAP ECC. For this, what are the source? What are the SAP nodes I have to be implemented to run my system as a source system? Very important. I'll tell you from the scratch. Means, so I'll talk you from the SAP_fin. I'll make a note here. Very important. These all of it. They'll ask you in the interview question also, please. They will ask you in the interview question also. So when your system is on the release of SAP 600, so what are the nodes you have implemented? What is your source system release of SAP ECC? Is it a 600, 601, 602, 603? If it is a 600 or it is a 617 or it is a 618, what source nodes you have been implemented. Please let me know. So then this is the answer you have to tell. So you are always, your component should be SAP underscore field, because if this component is not activated, you cannot go with the central finance with the source system. First of all, very, very important, SAP underscore field. Now I'll come to the release. Very, very important. What release you're working? Yes, yes, you are in SAP ECC. Okay, there is a component called as SAP underscore fin, which is going to be called as a financial. So we have seen so many releases from 6.0.0.2 till we have so many releases up to these are very, very important, please, very, very important, up to 700, up to 700. Now if I go back to my SAP ECC system, yes, now, yes, let understand that now I am working on SAP ECC. Okay, now I came to know the release is going to be the 600 or 601 or 602. What I have to do here? Which node I had to implement? So go, this here I'm talking from the release from 600. Very well, please make a note. Please make a note. 602, if you release on 602, 603, 603, 604, 605, 606, and after 606 directly SAP has released with 616 actually. Okay. Now go and see which release your source system now. Okay, so after you go and you can see that if your system is on the release of any one of these release versions, then implement the node. There is a called as a node which has to be implemented, which is called as the S node. The S node number is going to be 202. Very, very important. Please make a note. This information you will not get any in the Google or whatever maybe. This is the real-time experience I'm putting, because whichever the project I have worked earlier. So these are the nodes we have implemented. So please make a note of all these things. So which node had to be implemented? 6.202.27.411 is the node you have to implement. Okay, next one. If your release is on point number 2, if your release is on next one, so we have done with 617. If your release is on with 617, 618, and directly we came out with 700. Okay, if your release is on 6.1, so you have to implement the node called as SAP node, same node 202.7.411. So there are some manual activities we have to run for the implementing of this node. So once you have implemented these nodes, very, very important, then come to the SAP, see which node you are going to be working. Okay, so which release you are going to be working. Go to SE38. Go to SE38. Okay, press enter. And make sure that you have this program is installed by default. Very, very, please make a note of this program. They will ask you in the interview question actually. What is the program in the source code you have to execute before you run any central finance system? So this is what exactly the program we have to understand. Fin underscore cfin underscore note underscore 2137557. Okay, now click on execute. So you will get this kind of functions. So what it is telling here, execute the given steps one of the other. If and an error occur, repeat the same step again until the error is going to be resolved. If does not harm, if the step is executed several times. So even if you are executing for the multiple times, there is no need, there is no harm. Why? Because SAP will never stop you to understand what exactly going on wrong with that. Okay, so no need to worry. Nearly all the pop-ups can be closed by the pressing enter. Now there are 3 steps are there. Step number 1, test run. Check the prerequisites and how the list of the objects without updating them. Okay, so this is the step number 1. So I'm selecting the radio button 1 and execute. So what it is telling that the necessary changes already came with the support package. Very, very important. So what is the support package? The support package which I'm going to be using is nothing but, so if I go into the components, so if I scroll down, so what is the support package? The support package is with 000 gauge. This is what exactly the support package, very, very important. SAP K610181 and SAP Fin. Okay. So with this support package, I can see that already with this support package, already the system is very clearly telling that KY support package, report executed, not required anymore. So yes, whatever the support package we are working, this is the latest support package. So what is the SAP is very clearly telling. So you have the latest service SAP support package. No need to execute this particular program. It is already by default, it has come on with SAP ECC with the same support package. Okay, very good. Next, go back. Select the second one, update. Update and activate. Update the object. So whatever the objects we are going to be working with the connectivity of SAP Central Finance. So we are going to be updating this object and the platform activity. So what I'm going to do, I'm selecting and I'm clicking on execute. Now here also the same information, the necessary changes already came out with the support package. Report execution is not going to be required anymore. So the support package is very, very important here. So without this support package, okay. So if, hey Mahesh, okay, very, very important. Okay, do one thing. Okay, now I am on release with 1670 or 617 or 618 or 78. Okay, let us understand. There is no support package which we are working right now. Okay, if I go into the SAP, if I go into the SAP, understand like this. Here, you're making us to understand with the support package. But what happened if I don't have the support package? Okay, very good question here. So with this support package, you are telling that, okay, this is already, this step is not going to be required. Execution of this particular program is not going to be required. If I'm on the same release 618, but if I don't have this support package, what is the manual correction I have to do? Very, very important. This is very, very important. What is the manual correction I have to do for this? Then SAP is very clearly telling that to implement this node. This node is going to play the major role. Then you have to implement this node 2072741, and you have to create a new package for this. We have to create a new package. Please, I'm writing over here. Okay, create a new package. This is all the technical people will do. No need to worry from the functional side. Because of the knowledge, I'm explaining all those things. Because see, not only you have to be as a functionally strong, you have to be technically strong in SAP S4HANA Central Finance. Very, very important. Most of the customers, most of the projects are going to be dependent as a consultant for both. So you have to be technically and the functionally strong. Because of that, I'm giving all this information. So what you have to do that? You have to implement this SAP notes. If you don't have the latest support package, you have to implement this node and create a package. Very, very important. You have to create a new package. You have to create a new package. Very, very important. That is already I told that fin underscore C fin underscore. Okay. Very, very important integration. There is a new package. Okay, so this is the new package you have to create. Okay, now let me go and see whether this package is available or not. Because if this particular support pack is not available, whatever the support pack you are going to be talking, if the support pack is not available, then I have to implement this node and I have to create a new package with fin underscore C fin underscore integration. But here in my system, already the support package already available. So no need to create. So this is the program actually. If you see here, this is the program actually. This is the program actually. C fin underscore 2137557. This already, this node has already been implemented. So no need to implement this particular node. No need to implement this particular node because already the support package is already available for me. Now, go to the support pack now. Okay, what is the transaction code I had to use? If I want to go to the support pack, so I had to go to SE38. Please make a note. Go to SE38. Or otherwise you can also go because already we have seen the program. So I'll go to SE80 because we are looking out for the support package now. So I'll go to SE80. Please make a note. All these are going to be very, 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 very important. So here, there are some options are there. So in this option, you have to select the program, sorry, you have to select the package, because as I told you that, because my SAP source system is working on 618. Already there is the latest support pack is there. So I want to see that support pack. What is the support pack you are looking out for? Fin underscore cfin underscore integration is the support pack. If the support pack is not available, then I need to implement that node. Which node you have to implement? 2027411 is the node you have to implement. But already by default it is there. So I'm giving them, okay, this is the support pack. You can see fin underscore cfin underscore integration. This is the support pack. And what you have to do here is you have to click on display. Yeah. Once you see the display, here you can see that related to the support pack, okay, what are all the objects? Because without the support pack, I cannot do the initial load of the data from the source system to the Central Finance system. Initial load is nothing but, as on today, I want to carry forward the balances. Okay, there is the one step we have to be get executed. So I cannot do the initial load of the balances. So whatever the balances you want to load from the source system to the target system. The target system is nothing but your Central Finance system. Before you go live, you have to load all the data to the Central Finance system. If this particular package is not available, I cannot load the data from the source system to the target system. So this package is very, very important for the integration of the source system to the target system for the initial load of the data. Initial load is nothing but the balances from the source system to the target system before you go for the go live. So from here, if I go and see the dictionary objects, so these are the database tables. Already by default it has come. You can see these are the database tables. Okay, so these all are going to be called as the transfer tables from the source system to the target system. Actually, transfer means whatever the data I am posting in my SAP in the source system, the data will be transferred to the Central Finance system. If this object is not available, this particular package is not available, then what is the impact? Then you cannot have the Central Finance posting from the source system to the target system. Very easily you have to understand that. Now, let me go with one example, transfer table. If I click on the transfer table, so these are going to be the important fields where I'm going to be looking out for. So what are the fields which are getting transferred from the Central Finance system to the source system to the target system? If I see one table which is going to be called as a cfin underscore ACCR. Now I can see that these are the various fields I can see. Okay, these fields are by default inbuilt has come with the help of this particular package. If this package is not there, then I cannot have all these kind of fields over here. So there are different fields are there. You can see here. So this is the related to the database table, and views are there. The compatibility views are there, and the structures are there. Structures which helps us to do the transfer of posting. Like this, you can see here. This particular package is going to be installed, and these are the programs which are going to be by default, and this each and every program has come out with SAP Note. You can see here, each and every program has come out with SAP Notes. So there are several SAP Notes have been implemented. So because of this note, I can see that okay, so there are several things have come from the SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. So this is the most important thing where you need to look out for the package. So how this package has come? This package has come by the implementing of the node 2027411 is the node. So which program? Okay, so if I go to SC38, okay, this is what exactly the program I need to execute. Fin underscore cfin underscore node underscore 2137557. Why? Because this will create the ABAP report. This particular node will create the ABAP report. So these are the two things. One is make sure that your release on support package should be the latest one. If you don't have the latest server support pack, you have to implement the node and make sure that this program is going to be the default for executing of all the transactions. So here, if I go to the step number 3, I see here the necessary changes already came with the support pack. No need to execute this particular program. Already all the related support packs have come with the necessary. So how to look at the support pack? Which support pack you are talking about? I'm talking about the support pack. If you go to SC980, if you go to SC80, okay, this is what exactly the support pack which I'm going to be looking. CFIN underscore integration. So this is the basic thing. First of all, you have to make sure your SAP Central Finance system, sorry, your SAP source system has this particular support pack or not. If this support pack is not available, I cannot go with the transfer of posting of the data from the source system to the target system. I can also see this RFC connection between the source system to the target system over here. Okay, I'll tell regarding that. Okay, so I'll come in one by one. We are going to be discussing over there. Okay, so first we'll complete this SAP ECC, then we'll go for the non-SAP. But the non-SAP system, there is no need to implement any kind of note because we have to create the staging tables actually. So we have to create the staging tables, and the RFC connection, we are not going to be using this RFC connection. RFC connection we are only using with the SAP to the Central Finance system. But when you come to the non-SAP system, so this support packs and everything is not going to be required because they are not the ERP database. They are not the ERP system. They are the non-ERP system. So even if you try to implement this note, these notes will not work in the source system. So what we are going to do here is nothing but, so we are creating some staging tables. So through this particular staging tables, I'm going to be transferring the data from the source system to the target system. I'll explain more on that. No, it is on source system. So what I'm looking at, this is the source system, not on the target. Your target system is always will be your SAP CFIN system. That is the Central Finance, SAP S4HANA system. But here, I am implementing all these nodes in my source system. Source system is nothing but your SAP ECC system.
So to make a connection with the SLT, to make a proper connection with the SLT, we have to implement all these nodes, then only we can transfer all the data to SLT.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. See what is happening here. I know that SAP ECC our own product only, but to transfer the data from your source system to the target system, so your ECC system has to be get implemented with the latest service pack. So there are some obligations are there before you do the posting of actual transfer of posting from the source system to the target system. Because of that, I'm going to be using all this connectivity activities, sir. And next step number 2. Now, next number. This is the first step, very, very important. And the step number 2. Okay, so have you noted all these things, please, everybody? Step number 2. This is all the activities I'm doing in my source system, not in the target system. Point number 2. Exactly, you're absolutely right, sir. These all the things. What I'm going to do here is applying of all the notes will be done by your basis consultant, not by you. But as I told you that in the starting of the class, getting the knowledge, you should have all this kind of knowledge. So even if you're not doing this activity, but it is the getting knowledge for you to understand what exactly the things are going to be done in the source system.
So the moral of the story is what you said is that on the ECC system, source system, we have to apply the latest service packs, right?
Exactly. You're absolutely right. So whatever the service packs you have to implement, already I'm telling. Okay, so each and every point I'm giving in a detailed way. So what are all the service packs you have to get implemented in the source system to the target system?
Yeah, and in case if it's not there, we got to implement the latest service pack.
If your service pack is not working, so if you don't have the service pack, then as I told you that you have to implement this node. Exactly, you have to implement this node. 2027411 is the node you have to implement, and you have to create a new package. This is the new package you have to create here, because already I told that because I'm working on with the latest service package. This particular package is already available. So if this package is not available, then I cannot do the transfer of posting. So this package is very, very important for me to get the information from the source system to the target system. Okay, now, second point number 2. There is the one note which we are going to be working, point number 2. So I'm just pasting over here. Point number 2. In the point number 2, you are doing the transfer of posting. Okay, so I'm just giving the step number 2 here. Okay, so when an FICO documents, for example, if you see, because when you come to the SAP Central Finance, okay, Central Finance will only take the financial and the controlling data, not the other data. Okay, so other data are like cost objects are going to be replicated, but all the FI and CO postings are going to be updated from the source system to the target system. So before you do any kind of postings of FI and CO, before you do postings of any transaction posting on FI and CO, when an FI and CO documents is posted in the sender system, for example, when I take a document which you are posting in a sender system, sender means always you have to keep it as a source system only. Like for example, I take salaries, account, debit to my cash or bank account. Okay, this is the transaction I'm posting now. Example I'm taking. This is the transaction I'm posting in my source system. Source system is nothing but your sender system. So what SAP has to do, additional data has to be stored temporarily. Additional data means the data, whatever you're doing the posting, the data will go and store in the database. Okay, very good. Normally, any data, you can go and see the data will be stored in the database. Okay, so this is what exactly you call it as a database. Now, this SLT, whatever the SLT you are going to be taking, okay, because SLT is the central, okay, SLT is the middleware which we are going to be using for the posting of the transaction from the source system to the target system. This is what exactly I call it as my SLT. This SLT is getting RFC connected. This SLT is getting integrated to your database, not to your application. As I told you in my previous class also, this SLT is getting interface to your database. Why? Because all the transactional data are getting posted and stored in the database in a form of a table. So there is a RFC connection. This is what exactly I should call it as the RFC connection. This is what exactly I should call it as the RFC connection. So when any FICO documents, you're posting from the sender system. So SAP is very clear that some additional data has to be stored temporarily. Okay, some additional data has to be stored temporarily and sent to the central finance system through the SLT system here. So how do I send the data from the source system through the SLT and from the SLT to the central finance system? So is there any nodes has to be get implemented for that? Yes, very, very important. You have to do some activities. You have to implement one node. The node number is going to be called as 2. This is very, very important node. Okay, 2111634 to transfer the data, to post the data from the source system, from the central finance system, from the sender system to the central finance system. 2111634 is the node you have to implement.
You have to implement that node on the ECC side to be able to transfer the data from the database of ECC to SLT, correct?
It's very, very, yes. This particular node is going to enable the sender system for the central finance system scenario, sir. So whenever you want to have your sender system, you have to enable your sender system to transport the data from the source system to the target system. For that, I have to implement this node. The node number is 2111634. Okay, all of you. So these are the two nodes, very, very important nodes. Everybody has to be understand. So what is happening here? So once you implement the node, as I told you that a ABAP report is going to be created. So yes, these two nodes are very, very important. So by default, as I told you that in my previous session, that is what in the previous server I told that. So if you don't have the support package, then you have to implement this node. If you have the support package, if you have the latest one support package, okay, if you have the support package, no need to implement this node. So directly you're going to be having the source system with the target system with all the corrections which we are going to be doing. So these two nodes are very, very important. These two nodes are very, very important for you. One node is going to be 2027411 and another node is going to be 2111634. This particular node is going to enable the data from the source system to the target. So once you do these two activities, once you complete these two activities, then what I'm going to do here is nothing but I'm going to set up my SLT process. I'm going to set up my SLT process for the posting of the transaction. And one more important thing here is nothing but, okay, is there any kind of authorizations which has to be get restricted from the source system to the target system? That depends upon the requirement to requirement. Okay, authorizations in the sense is nothing but while you're posting of any data from your source system to the target system, any user has some authorization because one user cannot be posted with all types of transactions. So you are going to be restricting the user with putting of authorization. That authorizations I will do in the sender system, not in the central finance system. Very, very important. In the interview also they will ask the same question. So when there is a Ajay is there, Mahesh is there, Wasim is there. Okay, there are 3 consultants are working in my company. So Is there any process of putting the authorization to these three consultants to post the data? For example, if you take a Rahul, you are supposed to be posting only the incoming payments, not the outgoing payments. Ajay, you have to be only used for the authorization for the posting of outgoing payments, not for the incoming payments. Okay, exactly. So is this the same thing I need to be get authorized in the central finance system? No, central finance system, we are not putting any kind of authorizations, because central finance is only the system which will receive the data from the source system to the target system. But if you want to do any kind of authorization, that authorizations I will put in the source system in the SAP ECC, not in the central finance.
This means the user which is in the central finance, like authorized user, that person can see all the data.
Yes, very good. Okay, see, whenever I do any kind of posting, sir, for example, let us take an example. Now I'm posting. So you're the same account, salaries account debited to cash or bank account credit. So Mahesh is posting this data from the source system to the target system. Now, once the data has got posted, okay, now if I go and open the document in my database, I can see what is the document has got posted in the central finance. Easily I can understand whether the document has posted or it has stopped in the error correction, or is it something has happened at the SLT level, whether the document has not been posted to the central finance system. I can have the full information about all this kind of process. Yes, you will have the view whether the central document has got posted or not.
Why do I have to put a restriction on the ECC side, the source side? That you can post the incoming payments, AJ has to put outgoing payments. Why can't I do both?
Exactly, sir. Sir, if we go for any company, see, all the users have not given all the authorizations, sir. Okay, so it is just like before also, because as I told you that the central finance system is only replicating the data from your source system. Okay, we are not going to have any kind of authorizations or the restrictions in the central finance system. Why? Because as I told you that it will only receive the data. When you come to my ECC system, users are posting the transactions in the ECC, not in the central finance, no, sir. So for that, I'm having all these kind of authorizations of the transactions based on the user level.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying, the authorizations have to reside on the ECC system, and there is no authorization on the central finance because
no, because that is what I'm telling. Because if I put the authorizations in the central finance system, okay, because there is no user level, no users are not posting any transaction directly in the central finance. So I'm not creating those users in the central finance system. I will create the users in the only in the source system, and I put the authorizations and the restrictions over here. That is where I'm telling that these are going to be the basic things we have to understand, because see, sometimes, because see, as a consultant, it is very, very important that is there any authorizations I have to make in the central finance system? No, nothing is going to be required. Only the source system, because you are receiving the data from the source system to the target system. Now, if I go to SC11, there is the one program, actually, please make a note of this particular program. Okay, so already I'm okay, cfin underscore source underscore set. Please make a note. This table is very, very important, actually. This is the source table where the set of all the transactions are going to be maintained as a looping point. This is the table, actually. So this is what exactly the table. So with the help of the node, I can see that, okay, setting for the central finance in the source system. Please make a note of this particular table. This table is very, very important for us. So what this table is going to do? This table is going to do the initial transfer, initial load of the data from the source system to the target system. Okay, now I'll go to the central finance system. My dear friends, I'm telling you, this is a very, very important. All things are going to be very, very important. You will not get this information in anywhere. Okay, you are looking out for the data. Please, very, very important. These all are going to be the very, very important. If I go to the central finance, so there is a concept called as central finance source system, and because this is not the practical, just I'm going to be showing them some important information, not the practicals, please, just to make you to understand. Because whenever I start the practicals, I'll go into the detailed way. This is only the table information. Why this table has to get activated? So, for example, there is a one table which we are going to be looking. This is what exactly. Where is the table here? Yeah. Okay, so why this importance of this particular table? Okay, I'm making you to understand about this table. What is the purpose of this table? What is the importance of this table here? Okay, the importance of the table is going to be initial load of the data. Now, tomorrow I'm going for a go live. Tomorrow I'm going for a go live. Before you go for the go live, some data, the initial load has to be done to the central finance system. Okay, so to load the data, to do all these things, okay, now there is some program, there is some table has to be created with the help of the program. This table is containing of all these fields. Now I'll go to that particular program with the table. Okay, so I'll go to the Central Finance, general replication settings. This activity I'm doing in the source system. See here, I'm not doing the target system because the initial load has to done from the source system to the target system. So I'm doing this activity in the source system, not in the target system. General replication settings. So if I take a company code RK02, so if I take a company code which is going to be called as RK02, now let me come to other point also. See here, this is the source system. In the source system, there is a company code where we are going. This is see, EPX is nothing but your SAP ECC system. EPX is nothing but your SAP ECC system. So in the SAP ECC system, you have a company code which is going to be called as RK02. RK02, that is RAK, okay, okay, Cermix Private Limited, whatever may be. Okay, now there is only one company code in the source system. Now from tomorrow onwards, I am going for a go live. Okay, now I'm taking this company code and I'm giving the data, I'm giving the dates, and I'll go to the document list. Again, I'll give the same dates. This I'm seeing in the source system, not in the target system. RK0. Now you can see here, there are 3 transactions have been posted in the source system. Before you posted, okay, before you done this transaction in the source system, have you done the initial balance upload? Yes, very, very important. Initial balance upload is nothing but, now here you can see this is my central finance system. DV2 is nothing but my central finance system. It is not a, yeah, let me get like this. Yeah, let me get like this. This is your central finance system. Yeah, like this. This is what exactly the central finance system. This is your SAP S4 HANA system. Now, what I am going to do, whatever the company codes you have in the source system, okay, like for example, okay, I have one company code RK02 is the company code. Now, as on today, before you go for the go live, now if I come to my target system, this is what exactly my target system. So here, this is what exactly my target system. If I go to my target system, for example, I'll open a new session. This is target system. It is not a source system, please. RK02. So I'm seeing this RK02 company code both in the source system and in the target system, sir. Can somebody tell me why, sir? Why you are able to see the same company code in the source system and the target system?
You have to configure RK02 in Central Finance.
Exactly. What happens if I'm not going to? What happens if I'm not going to do this configuration in the Central Finance system?
You will have nothing but rejections here. I mean,
exactly, sir.
Yeah, the thing of it is, you have to define all the organizational structures within Central Finance. Okay.
Exactly. You are absolutely right. Correct. So if I have 3 more company codes, for example, RK02, I have the RK03, and I have the RK04. All these 3 company codes, you are doing the transaction posting in the source system. Make sure that all these 3 company codes are also available in the target system also.
Is there, I mean, rather than doing a manual configuration, is there a way I could extract the configuration for all the structures out of ECC and transport this back upload that into Central Finance? Is there a possibility?
No, sir. No. See, in the Central Finance system, as I told you that there is no development, no quality, and no such a process. Only you have one system which is going to be called as a live production system. So whatever the basic, as I told you in my earlier class also, the master data is going to be the basic in the central finance system. Master data means if you go for a K is RK02 company code in the source system, already this RK02 is a live company code where I'm doing lot many transactions from 3-4 years back. Okay, this company code I'm going to be using, and I've done a lot many transactions. Now, when I'm using the central finance system, make sure that you had to do the basic configuration of RK02. The same company code has to be created in the central finance system with all the basic master data, means GL master data, vendor master data, customer master data, asset master data, controlling master data. So all the master data has to be created. This is the first basic priority thing where you have to do this configuration in SAP S4HANA. Once this company code is available in the central finance system, then only I can do the transaction posting from the source system to the target system. If this RK02 is not available in the source, in the target system, then the transactions cannot be mapped. Means SLT is going to do all this mapping of the transaction, company code to company code, fiscal year to fiscal year, customer account to customer account. It is going to map all in SLT. So this mapping is going to fail in SLT, and the documents cannot be replicated to your SAP S4HANA because the company code is not available. That's what I said. That is what exactly. See here. When I told here, when I'm asking you to see here, see for example, now this is the source system, sir. EPX is nothing but your source system. In the EPX, I see the company code RK02. If this RK02 is not available, if this RK202 is not configured, okay, if I go to the basic settings now, okay, I am in the DV2. DV2 is nothing but your central finance system. For example, SPRO, IMG. If I go to my financial accounting global settings, if I go to the global parameters.
And define company code.
Yes. So if this company code is not available, what happens? Then there is no mapping between the source system to the target system. Means your source system is, your target system is not properly configured. Whatever the company code data you are replicating from the source system to the target system there. So there will be no transactions are getting posted.
So the chart of accounts, for example, all the accounts and cost centers and all that has to be replicated, all has to be.
Just like a project, sir. Yes, just like an implementation project, how you are doing the configuration, same thing, the implementation project wise, you have to do the configuration in the central finance.
So right now we are creating all the company codes, master data from ECC to S4HANA to replicate. And
no. All the master data, I'm doing the configuration in the target system, in the central finance system.
Yes. So for example, on the other side, if you have a S4HANA system already, so right now on the source,
side, okay. Yeah. In the other side, you're talking about it if S4HANA system is already available. Okay, right. Right. Okay, sir.
So in that case, what happens?
So what you're telling here is, you're telling that, okay, you're talking from the source system point of view, or you're talking from the target system point of view, sir?
So, okay, I think the whole purpose for central finance was that we can take data from ECC, non-ECC system. So for example, if company has some S4HANA system, some ECC and some non-ECC. So our source is also S4HANA.
Oh, very good. Okay. Yes, very good.
So in that case, what we have to do in central finance at that point of time?
Okay. So you're talking from the source system point of view. Okay. So for example, sir, okay. Now you are already live went with the SAP S4HANA with the central finance. Example, I'll take like that. Okay. ECC system, SAP system, and you went the live with the central finance. And later on, after 1 year, you acquired a new company. Okay, like some XXS company you acquired. That particular company has already been implemented with SAP S4HANA. Example, we'll take like that. Okay. Now, that company I have acquired, but already they are using SAP S4HANA. Now, that SAP S4HANA landscape will become as a source system, which is not a target system, because now what I'm going to do, I'm doing the postings in the SAP S4HANA because already I'm acquiring this company. Already a lot of transactions have been posted earlier, that's before the acquisition. Now this whatever the system I have with this acquisition company, this SAP S4HANA system, this will be acting as a source system, not as a target system, because already I have a target system of SAP S4HANA. So in this case, I'll tell you like this. In this case, okay, now I'll remove. Now this is your ECC system. Now again, I acquired a new company. This new company is already having the SAP S/4HANA. Any system, any source system of SAP ECC has to be, sir, we are talking about these nodes. I'm right.
No,
You're talking about these nodes. Nodes are not going to be required. Not these nodes are only to the ECC system, not to the SAP S/4HANA system. I have the second system, sir. Now these two are going to be the source system. So one is the SAP ECC and the second one is SAP S/4HANA. Already you went live with SAP S/4HANA Central Finance system. Later on, after 1 year, you are acquiring a company. That acquiring company has already been implemented with SAP S/4HANA system. Now, what I'm going to do here is nothing but now your SAP S/4HANA system is also getting the source system like this. Very, very important. So this cannot be your target system. This is your always will be a source system. Why? Because tomorrow, whatever the transactions I'm posting, the transactions you are not directly posting in SAP S/4HANA. So it is getting replicated from other SAP S/4HANA system to your central finance system like this.
Okay, so yeah, Mahesh, you are saying that anyway, even if you have a S4HANA system in SLT, it will replicate the transaction, and then again, in central finance,
Exactly,
you can see all
sir.
the transactions.
Exactly. Always make sure that your target system, whatever the target system you are going to be using, there should be only one target system, sir. Your source systems can be many source system, but your target system is only SAP S/4HANA system, which is mainly used for central reporting purpose.
Okay, I see. Yeah, it's
So-
just it's just that there's no node needed here because you already have S4HANA.
Yeah.
So there's no node required. As in the earlier case, we have
Nothing.
two
Because
nodes.
already, because I am already using the latest version of SAP S/4HANA, no need to implement those particular nodes. Those particular nodes are only required when I am going to be using SAP ECC with this particular release.
Yes. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Whether it's SECC, non-ECC, or S/4HANA, doesn't matter. They're all considered source systems. And in
Exactly,
case if you have a S/4HANA system, a source system, you cannot use that system and as a target system. You have to have a
Exactly, you're absolutely right. And one more thing, sir, I'll add to your point. One more point I need to add over here. See, as an SAP S/4HANA Central Finance Consultant, let us say you are all our SAP S/4 Central Finance Consultant. You are not going to do any kind of manual activity in the source system, sir. Nothing. In the source system, you have to see whether these notes have been implemented or not. That is only the activity we have, as a finance consultant, I'm going to do. So all the activity will be done in the central finance, not in the source system. Source system is only replicating the data. That replicating of the data, how it is getting replicated, mapping, everything will be done by technical consultant, not by you. Your only activity is nothing but you have to do the central finance configuration and make sure that the mapping has been, technical specs have been properly given to your technical people so that they have done the proper mapping between the source system to the target system.
Hey, how much time, between the functional consultant and
6
and
months.
the technical?
5 to 6 months.
No. If I have, is it 50% of the effort is done by technical consultants and 50% by functional? What is that ratio in terms of?
The ratio will be, see, sir, here there will be going to be acting different consultant. It is not an ABAPer, it is not an basis, or it is not an FICO consultant. When you come to the functional point, the functional part is going to be up to 50 to 60%, and the technical part will be going up to the 40%.
Yeah, 60-40 rule.
Yes.
So it means
because why I'm telling here is nothing but you are the consultant. Okay, you are going to be called as a finance consultant. You have to do this implementation in the central finance project before you do the replicating of the data. So your duty is going to be the more in the central finance, because you have to develop all the master, just like how you are doing in the implementation project. The same way I have to do this configuration. Without doing this configuration in the central finance system, I cannot do the mapping of SLT, and I cannot do the mapping of your source system to the target system.
So my question to you, based on your experience with the projects that you have worked on,
yes, sir.
I've got 10 legacy systems, which could be S/4HANA, could be ECC, could be non-SAP. Do I need one resource then from the technical side to put in my estimates 40% of the time for 6 months, or I need
No. It depends upon the number of source systems. Because see, what experience I have faced with one of the Australian project is nothing but they have only the 4 source systems actually. All the 4 systems, 3 systems are SAP ECC, and another system is something they are using something Quantum. Quantum is something like ACS system. We call it as the ACS system they are using. So they have only the 4 source systems and 1 target system. For this, we have taken up to 5.5 to 6 months for the go live.
So how many technical resources you had?
We have 2 functional resources, and when coming to the basis point of view, we have taken the 2 basis and 3 ABAPers.
Yeah, okay. So 2 basis and 3 ABAPers.
Exactly.
And how many functional consultants? 2?
2 finance consultants.
So 5. So that's about 80% being the basis and the technical people.
So it is going to be the basis and the technical people, sir.
Hello there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S4HANA Finance 1809? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this training, you will master the art of managing finances efficiently with SAP S4HANA Finance 1809. It's like having a powerful toolkit for handling all your financial needs from budgeting to reporting. Our course covers everything from the basics to advanced techniques designed by industry experts. Your instructors are seasoned pros with the years of experience in the field. They are here to make sure you understand everything and can answer any question you might have. But don't just take our words for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part is it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become SAP S4HANA Finance 1809 Viz? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
We all know that SAP S4HANA. So anyhow, we are going to starting the classes. Okay, so about the introduction about SAP S4HANA and everything. But before I just want to get into the course, before I want to get into the SAP S4HANA and why the SAP S4HANA has to be chosen as the next generation business suite. What are all the deployment options we have? What are all the transition scenarios we have? Just me cover about the course content, what we are going to be covering in the coming classes for you all of you. Okay, so SAP S4HANA. SAP S4HANA is an application. We can call it as an application. It is called as the next generation business suite. We call it as the next generation business suite. So what is a business suite actually? What do you mean by a business suite? A business suite is nothing but it is the middle layer of application. We call it as the middle layer of application. For example, let me go back to our SAP ECC. Okay, let me go back to our SAP ECC. So when I take a server, this server name, I'm going to be calling it as the system name. Instead of calling the system name, I'm going to be calling it as the SAP Business Suite. SAP Business Suite. SAP Business Suite. Why should I call it as SAP Business Suite? What makes me to call me as SAP Business Suite over here? So how many of you are there? Okay, so in this class, I've seen about 78 people. So how many of you are aware about the concept of SAP Business Suite? Somebody can give me some clue about what do you know about SAP Business Suite? Maybe it's wrong or right. Doesn't matter because it is a session because it is an open session between you and me. So no need to get panic whether I'm going to be giving a right answer or the wrong answer. So let me get open for you.
So a business suite, SAP Business Suite means that it is a whole package of for the client, and it is including the database. It is including the database on which the application is also running along with the database. So it is a combined in-memory database along with the GUI, the interface of the client. So
okay.
The suite is on HANA basically. That's what. Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you that. Okay, so you're correct. Okay, so just let me put out in a in a elaborated way, based taking an example of an organization. Now let me take one organization, sir. Let me take one organization. The organization may contain different departments. You can see the organization may contain about the different departments which are getting integrated with each other. Okay, let me take like this example. Okay, for example, I'll take this kind of environment. Now, when I take an organization, when I take a company which is going to be called as a manufacturing company, like an example, I'll take a company called as a Benz Automobiles. Benz Automobiles. Okay, so what is the product which is getting manufactured? Automobiles, like B4 cars, B6 cars. Okay, now latest one, C6 version of the cars, Benz C6 version. So they're producing the cars. Actually, they're producing the luxury cars to the customers. So from the point of the sales order, from the raising of the sales order, when a customer has given a quotation, when the customer has given a sales order, okay, from the point of the sales order till the goods have been delivered to the customer, till the goods have been delivered to the customer, there are various operations are going to be involved. There are various operations are going to be involved to get the goods manufactured and till the goods have been sold to the customer and we receive the payment from the customer, which is going to be called the incoming payment. So in this process, I can see there is a department, a sales department is working for us. And at the same time, sales department is working, and we can see the production department. And at the same time, there is a finance department. And we can see some R&D department, something like about R&D. And we can see some marketing or the production. Okay, we can see some HR process is going to be working. Okay, so example I'm going to be taking over here. So we can take each and every process as an operation. Every process in an organization is going to be called as an operation. Now we want to fit all these operations. We want to implement, or we want to get the things into my system, which is going to be called as my SAP now. Okay, I had to implement SAP for this particular organization. So I want to choose one SAP business suite. I want to choose an SAP business suite. SAP business suite is nothing but, okay, an application where we can call it as an application. Here, if you see here, okay, will be application. There will be 3 layers will be there. The first layer, second layer, and the third layer. Okay, so you can see there are 3 layers will be there. So the middle layer where we are going to be calling it as, this is what exactly I call it as application, where your server is going to be resided over here. This is called as your application. Application. So here I'm going to be taking application which is going to be called as SAP ECC as my application. Now where I can call it as SAP Business Suite on HANA. SAP Business Suite. Why we call it as SAP ECC or some other software as an SAP Business Suite? Why? Because my SAP is a product, and my SAP is a product in a platform which is going to be called as an ERP. Okay, so it is one of the product of ERP. ERP is nothing but Enterprise Resource Planning. So Enterprise Resource Planning is the package. So and under this, there is a product which is going to be calling it as my SAP. So SAP is a product of ERP where any business, if you take any common business or something, like if you take any company, like whether it is a manufacturing or it is a service or it is the insurance or banking industry or it is the retailers or something, like whatever the company, you media, whichever insurance, whatever the company you take, so SAP is going to be the best solution for the implementation, so that I can fit your organization into the software which is going to be calling it as an SAP. Okay, so SAP is a product of components. SAP is a product of components which contains several products, like finance is one of the components, and we have the sales and distribution is one of the components, and we have the other, like, okay, we have the other, like controlling of the cost with one of the product component. Like this, we have the production, we have the marketing, we have the real estate, we have the finance, we have the HR. Okay, so these all are nothing but the components in SAP, where each and every component are tightly integrated with each other. Each and every component is tightly integrated with each other. So now, whichever the company you take, which has to be implemented, get implemented into the software, which I call it as an SAP. So that's the reason I call it as SAP as a business suite. My SAP is going to be supporting to all types of organization. Irrespective, 25 industry specific solutions are going to be covered in SAP. 25 industry specific solutions. If you take any industry in the world, from the large scale to the small scale industry, I can fit your organization into my software, which is going to be called it as a SAP. So that is the reason I call it as a SAP Business Suite. SAP Business Suite. So your SAP Business Suite is nothing but your ECC. So on the top of your SAP application, there is a front end, which is going to be calling it as a GUI, graphical user interface, where maybe it will be helpful for you to do the transactions, all the end user transactions, the day-to-day transactions from the raising of the sales order till the goods have been sold to the customer. All the end user transactions are getting posted in the front end, which is going to be calling it as a GUI, and whatever the transactions you are going to be storing. So I do some sales transactions, I do some finance transactions, I do some product transactions. Like this, various transactions are getting posted. Where those transactions has to go and save, the transactions will go and store at the bottom, where we are going to be calling it as a database. Yes, database, where we call it as a database. You can take any database, okay? Either it is Oracle database or DBMS database, or you can take any other database. So now the data will, the transaction and the master data and the transactional data will go and store in the database in a form of a table, okay? So tables are going to be created, okay? So in a form of a tables. So this complete structure, this complete architect, I can call it as the R3 architect. Actually, normally we'll call it as the R3 architect. Very, very important. R3 architect. That is called as a real-time 3-layer architect. We can call it as the presentation is the first layer, where it is called as a GUI, graphical user interface, and the second layer is nothing but your application, and the third layer is going to be calling it as a database. So now, if you come to this point of architect, when you come to this point of architect, so your application, your SAP Business Suite, where you call it as the SAP ECC, is on the top of a database, which is not a product of SAP database actually. Till 2011, my dear friends, till 2011, we don't have our own database to the SAP. Very, very important. There are no SAP delivered databases in the world till 2011. So we are the tenant of other database systems like Oracle DB, Oracle RDBMS or DBMS or Microsoft DB, whatever may be. So those are going to be calling it as the secondary access devices. Normally we call them as a secondary access devices. So we can call all the database, earlier we called them as a secondary access devices actually. So that is the reason we call it as SAP Business Suite. Is it clear to all of you now why we call it as SAP Business Suite? Your business suite is nothing but your application. Your business suite is nothing but your application. What is your business suite name? Your SAP. SAP is nothing but your business suite, which is on the underlying database, which is called as SAP Business Suite.
Quickly, it is called Business Suite because it can provide end-to-end all applications that the customer might need.
Exactly, you're absolutely right. That is what I told, that in 25 industry-specific solutions are going to be covered under one roof of umbrella, which is going to be called as my SAP Business Suite, where we can call it as SAP ECC or whatever.
Okay, I thought that is because of these 3 layers that everything is happening here, but it's also because there are other modules which are merging together for the business processes.
Okay. Now, there is one more important thing actually. Okay, I understand about what is SAP Business Suite. Now, somebody is asking me exactly. Now, I understand about what is SAP Business Suite over here. Now, can you please tell me? I gone through some articles. I gone through some web links. Okay, they are telling that it is the SAP Business Suite on HANA. What is the difference here? What is this SAP Business Suite and what is this SAP Business Suite on HANA? Okay, now I'm going to be taking you. Okay, now. Just I'll remove everything here. This is the right hand side. Okay, so let me give some more. Okay. Now I'll take one application. So same architect I'm going to be taking. Okay, now the same architect, once again, I'm going, this is what exactly I'm discussing it as the on-premise. On-premise is completely based on the ERP application. Okay, so I'll tell you what exactly, because in the next coming classes, we are going to discuss the differences between the what is on-premise, what is a cloud, what is a private cloud, and what is the public cloud. We are going to discuss many things in the upcoming classes over here. Okay, so next one, we are going to be calling it as SAP business suite on HANA. See the difference here. Okay. I got the definition of what is SAP Business Suite. Just now we discussed about what is a business suite. Business suite is nothing but your middle layer application, which contains the components, which is getting best suited for your companies. Okay, all the components are going to be covered under one umbrella. Okay, I'm going to be taking the same thing. So your presentation and your application and your database. So let me take the same application and the presentation as a GUI, that is the graphical user interface, and your application is also going to be calling it as the SAP ECC application. Okay, but earlier my database is going to be on other ERP databases, like other databases are going to be taken, because SAP don't have its own database system till 2011. So 2011 is the year where SAP has came out with the first innovation, which is the radical change at the database level. They have introduced a new database called as SAP HANA database, where we can call it as the in-memory database. We'll discuss more, okay? In-memory. We can call it as the in-memory DB. What is this in-memory DB? Why should I go for SAP HANA database? What are the advantages I will get if I switch off from the Oracle database to the SAP HANA database? What the advantages I'm going to be taking over here? Why the SAP has came out with a new database called as the SAP HANA database? My dear friends, whenever you're writing any certification, either it is the associate level or a professional level. Okay, either it is associate level or a professional level. There will be some questions from 8 to 12%. Please make sure that there will be some questions from 8 to 12% of the questions are coming out from the SAP S4 HANA and SAP HANA. So there is a confusion is there here. Okay, there is a confusion is there. What is the confusion here? Okay, there is a confusion. What is this SAP S4 HANA and what is this SAP HANA? Lot of people have a confusion over here. So many people ask me that, are you learning the SAP HANA? Are you learning the SAP HANA? No, I'm not learning the SAP HANA. I'm learning SAP S4 HANA. SAP HANA is a database. It is not an application. S4 HANA is a application. Suite for HANA. S4 is nothing but suite. 4 is nothing but fourth generation. As I call you that SAP S4 HANA is the next generation business suite, which is fully built on an advanced platform, which is going to be called as SAP in-memory database. Okay, I'll discuss. Okay, I'm not going to confusing all. Okay, so let me discuss about that. Now, why should I discuss about more on HANA? Why? Because 8 to 12% of the questions are coming on from the basics of SAP S4 HANA and SAP HANA. As we know that 2011 is the year where SAP has came out with their own database system, which is called as SAP HANA in-memory database. So now, what I'm going to do here is, earlier, whatever the database I'm going to be using, I'm just migrating the database from the Oracle database to a new database, which is going to be calling it as SAP HANA database. Very good. SAP HANA database. See the difference here. Same architect. I am not changed any architect. Your GUI will be the same. Your application is going to be the same, but only the change is nothing but I have done the DB migration. We can call it as a DB migration. DB is nothing but database migration. Database migration here. Very, very important. I have done the DB migration. The tool which I'm going to be using is going to be called it as a DMO, Database Migration Optimizer. The tool which I am using here is DMO. DMO is nothing but Database Migration Optimizer. So with the help of this tool, I have done the DB migration from the Oracle. Earlier, I'm using the Oracle database, which is going to be called as a disk process database. I can tell you what is the disk process, because now today we have to discuss about something about. So today we have came out with a new database, which is the most advanced database, which is maintained as an in-memory of parallelization, and partitioning. Actually, we can call it as the parallelization and the partitioning. what is this parallelization and what is this partitioning? Why earlier we are going to be calling it as a disk process. Now we are going to be calling it as an in-memory database. There is no disk process? Yes, disk process is there. Apart from that, there is an in-memory concept is also there. So if I go back and if I open a new page for all of you, normally when I take a database, okay, this is my CPU, this is my CPU, and this is my disk process. Actually it looked like this. Now earlier means before your SAP S4, before SAP HANA database, there is no middle layer like this. There is only CPU. And the CPU will be connected to your disk, and which is very far away from the CPU to the disk. Okay, so now the CPU will get the data from the disk, which is going to be called as a parallelization process like this. So what is happening? The throughput is very, very high actually. When you take this kind of thing, the throughput, when I call it as a throughput, the throughput is very high earlier. Okay, what do you mean by a throughput? Throughput is nothing but the execution time of the report. The execution and the compiling time of the report is very, 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 very high. If I want a report like GL balance report or vendor balance report or a customer balance report, what is happening? I'm sending a command from the GUI. The command will go to the application. From the application, the command will go to the database. So in the database, the data is going to be resided in a form of a tables. Now, when I want to retrieve the data from my database tables, actually there is a completely called as a disk process mechanism is going to be working, which is very, very slow. The same report, whatever the report which I have executed from my Oracle database, when I want to execute the same report through my SAP HANA database, the throughput is very, 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 very low. Why the difference is coming over here? I'll tell you the differences. Okay. Now, in the SAP HANA, where we are going to be calling it as an in-memory database, Now, I'll remove this, the bridge link between these two systems. Okay, I'll remove this. Okay, let me remove this. So earlier the database is going to be under the disk process. Now what the SAP HANA has done here is, we know the RAM, everybody know what is a RAM. Okay, random access memory. So we are going to be taking the RAM as a middle layer over here, which is called as the in-memory database. So RAM is going to be calling it as a database RAM. Now RAM, no, this is only the introduction, because we are going to discuss more in the coming classes what is the in-memory. Just making you to understand, just I'm giving this definition over here. That's all. But later on, we have several classes on this, what is the SAP HANA database and how it has been emerged till SAP S4HANA. We are going to see the life cycle of SAP HANA to SAP S4HANA in the coming session. Now this RAM, whatever the RAM you are going to be taking, this RAM is 1 TB of your database. 1 TB. I'm taking, I can afford for 1 TB, more than that also, but example here I'm going to be taking. This RAM is very near to your CPU now. This RAM is very near to your CPU like this. Now, earlier, the same customer balance report or the vendor balance report, when you're executing the report will go from the CPU, that report will extract from the disk process. Now, no need to go. The query will not go to the disk process now. The query will never go to the disk process. The query will go and take the data from the RAM instead of going for the disk process. Disk process is also there. But now the query will enter, because all the data is going to be resided in the RAM now. All the data is going to be resided in the RAM. Now, this RAM contains about the data what you are going to be expecting. Means all the frequently accessing the data. All the frequently accessing the data, now I can extract from the RAM, and all the rarely accessing the data. Rarely means every 3 months once or quarterly once, whatever may be. The rarely accessing the data is going to be resided in the disk process, which is very, very slow actually. Now, The same customer balance report, earlier it has taken from the, if you go back to your normal SAP ECC with Oracle database, it has taken me 15 minutes of time. Now the same report, when I am executing with my HANA database with in memory, even it is not taking 15 seconds, even if it is not taking 15 seconds to execute the same report from my SAP in memory database. Because there is a parallelization and the partitioning, where we can call it as the in-memory database. In database, SAP HANA database is not a single tenant of database. There are several databases are going to be there. In that, the RAM is one of the database where I'm going to be using it as the in-memory columnar storage. Okay, so now my database has been completely changed. Logically speaking, my database has been completely, the execution part of the database has been completely changed now. So now what the customers are making me, the customers are, why can't you migrate? If I want to go with SAP HANA database, so can you migrate my Oracle database to SAP HANA database? Yes, I can do the DB migration with the DMO tool. Means you're only doing the migration. Your whatever the tables you are going to be working, the same tables are available now here in the in-memory now. The same tables, I'm only doing the DB migration. I'm not going to I'm not going to do any kind, I'm not going to do changes, any data structure changes or any compiling part of that. I'm only doing the changes at the database level. I'm changing one home to another home. I'm shifting my luggage from one compartment to another compartment. There is no change at the data structure level. There is no change at the table level. All the tables are going to be resided as it is only. But my ECC application, earlier it has been resided on the Oracle database or any other database. Now, from today onwards, my ECC application has been resided on my own SAP HANA database. Now, that is the reason we call the SAP Business Suite on HANA. Mean to say that your business suite, as we got the definition of what is the business suite, your business suite is nothing but your application. Now, your business suite is where? Now, my business suite has been resided on the new database, which is called as my SAP HANA database. So that is the reason I'm calling it as the SAP Business Suite on HANA. Clear, all of you know? Guys, friends, got it or not, all of you? Okay, so if you respond, that will be very good for me, so that I can feel happy, so that I can move on to the next topic. That's what. If you're not talking, means I'll put myself in a dilemma that whether my friends have been understood or not. We call it as a next one. Now I'll come to the point of the next one. The same continuation. 2015. It is the year of 2015. Where SAP has came out with a new application, which is going to be, which is called as the next generation business suite. We call it as SAP S/4HANA. But in the middle, there are so many transitions have been happened. Yes, I'll discuss. Like 2011, we came to know that SAP HANA database has been introduced. And 2012, we came out SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. What is this SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA, which we are going to be talking it as the 2012. Now, in 2013, there is one more radical change, which we are going to be calling it as the SAP Business Suite on HANA. Just now we discussed about this. 2013 we discussed just now. That is what exactly I told here. This is the 2013. Your SAP Business Suite is on the HANA. That is in 2000. And in 2014, SAP Simple Finance, we can call it an SFIN. Okay, SAP Simple Finance with 1.0 has come out. And in 2015, we came out with a new next generation business suite, which is called as the SAP S/4HANA. So see the difference, see the understanding over here. So we have not stopped our innovation at the point of 2011 by utilizing of these capabilities of SAP HANA. So we have done with so many radical changes from the 2011 to till 2015. 2015 is the year where SAP has came out with a new sort of application with the two releases, okay, with the two deployment options. One is going to be called as on-premise, and the second one we are going to be calling it as a cloud. So 2015 is the year where SAP has came out with the two releases, which is going to be calling it as on-premise, and the second one we are going to be calling it as a cloud. And in the cloud we have the private cloud and the public cloud we'll discuss. So what is the first release of SAP S/4HANA on-premise? What is the first release? Okay, it is called as very, very important, 1511. 1511 is the first SAP S/4HANA on-premise and the cloud release. So 1511 is for the both on-premise and the cloud, my dear friends. So don't get confused. Okay, 1511 is the both for on-premise and for the cloud. So first release of SAP S/4HANA came out with 1511, and then later on, the on-premise release has participated as a yearly innovation cycle, and the cloud release has been participated as a quarterly innovation cycle. Annually innovation cycle is only for the on-premise, means every yearly you can see there is a new release of SAP S/4HANA on-premise is going to be released. Till you can see that now, if you take a on-premise from the 1511 is the first SAP S/4HANA on-premise, and after next 1 year, 1610 has come, which is the SAP S/4HANA Enterprise, and 1610, 1709, 1809, and next in the 10 to 15 days, we are going to be coming with the 1909 also. 1909. So now you can see the cycle over here. Now you can see the cycle here. Now next cycle of SAP S/4HANA is going to be, the next SAP S/4HANA on-premise cycle is going to be the 1909. So till as on today, we are going to be working with 1909. So these are all are going to be called as SAP S/4HANA on-premise releases. Every year a new release is going to be discovered. Now the cloud is going to be participated in the quarterly innovation cycle. Quarterly means in every year you can see there will be 4 quarters will be there. Every year you can see there will be 4 quarters. So every quarter a new cycle is going to be, new release of SAP S/4HANA cloud release are going to be. Now the latest which is running in the market, the new version of SAP S/4HANA has came out with the cloud is latest one, which is 1908 has been released. 1908, 1905, 1902, these all are going to be called as cloud cloud SAP S/4HANA releases, whereas 1511, 1610, 1709, 1809, and 1909, these all are going to be called as on-premise releases. Now, how should I know that? Now, I have a question over here. How do I know that whether I am working on with the SAP ECC application or with the SAP S/4HANA application? Which version I am going to be running? So I'll take you to one example now. Okay, see here. I'm just logging into the system. So now you can tell, now I can show the difference here now. Okay, see here. I'll show the difference of both. Now, what are the differences I'm going to be showing here? I'm going to be showing the differences, how the SAP Business Suite on HANA and what is SAP S/4HANA. This is my ECC application. You can see this is my ECC. It is not a SAP S/4HANA. This is my SAP ECC application. Now I'm logging to the system. On-premise. This is on-premise. It is not a cloud. You can easily take that. Okay, it is called as the on-premise system. Actually, we can call it as the on-premise system. Okay. Cloud will not look like this. Cloud will be completely different. It is working on the platform called as a SaaS, SaaS application. Whereas your ECC or SAP S/4HANA application is working on ERP. Okay, so I'll tell you the differences. Now, when I go into the system, if I go to the status, now you can see here, my database is going to be calling it as a SAP database. Okay, you can see here, my database is on MSSS. Okay, see, you can see here, it is not a SAP HANA database. Very, very important, my dear friends. So everybody, if you want to know what is the database, which database has been recited to my application, so I'm going to be explaining here like this. It is not a SAP HANA database. It's not a SAP HANA database. It is an MSSQL database. Now, what is the application on the top of it? If I go to the product versions, so I'm working on SAP. So if I come down, I am working on with SAP ERP application, which you can see over here. So if I again still come down here, I can easily notice that. So what is the version here? So here you can see here. So here you can see here my component, my SAP is working on with SAP ECC 6.0 ERP application. This is what exactly I can call it as my ERP application. So if I go here, this is what your ERP application. This is what exactly I call it as a your kernel level software, which is called as a SAP Business Suite. So now your SAP database is MSSQL. Now here you can see here, this is going to be called as SSQL database. This is not a HANA database. So on the top of your MSSQL database, what is your application? My application is called as SAP ECC 6.0. You can see here with SAP ECC 6.0, which I am working on my SAP. This is called as SAP Business Suite. It is called as SAP Business Suite. Now, I'll compare the difference between HANA database and with SAP HANA. Now you can see it. Now I'm logging to the next system. Now see the difference. This is SAP S4 HANA on-premise. You can see the difference. Both are going to be your SAP. Now earlier I log into the SAP ECC. Earlier, if I go and say this is my SAP ECC, both SAP ECC and SAP S4 HANA, both screens look like, because both are going to be on the same platform of SAP ERP. Okay, cloud is going to be the completely on the new platform called as SaaS, SWAS. The underlying platform is going to be working as a SaaS application. Okay, so the screens are going to be different in the cloud. Now, when I go into the system, I'm going to the system and I'm going to the status. Now here you can see here. Now my SAP S4 HANA can be only resided on the new application of the database here. If you see here, just come down. And the new database releases of the application, which is going to be called as, my server is going to be called as SAP S4 HANA server. Very, very important, my dear friends. What is the database? Here you can see the database. The database is nothing but your HDB. HDB is nothing but HANA database. HANA database. What is your server name? Your server is on SAP S4 HANA server. Means when I want to take a license, when I'm working on SAP S4 HANA, the underlying database always should be the SAP HANA database only. No other databases can be supported. So if I go with architecture, the architecture of R3 look like this now. The architecture will look like this. This is your front end. This is your front end. Now the front end is, earlier your front end is working on GUI. Now the new front end is coming UI5 application. I'll tell you what is the UI5 application. Now the middle layer, earlier you're working on SAP ECC. Now it is an SAP S4 HANA. As I told you that SAP S4 HANA Business Suite, which we are going to be calling it as the next generation business suite, will only trigger, or which only can be installed on the top of your SAP HANA database only. Mean to say that no other databases can be supported for SAP S4 HANA except SAP HANA database. Very, 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 very important. So this structure, I call it as SAP S4 HANA. See the difference. SAP Business Suite, SAP Business Suite on HANA, and what is SAP S4 HANA. So S4 HANA is going to be called as the next generation business suite, which is fully built on in-memory database, which is going to be called as advanced complaints reporting system database where we are going to be calling it as the SAP HANA database. So if I go into the architect, I can see here the server name is good. This is the server name. I'll go and show the application. Now my SAP DB is HANA DB is going to be my database. And if I go into the components, and if I see the components, these all are going to be called as components. You can see these all are going to be called as components. Now in that, if I go and see, finance is one of the component. EA-fin is going to be the one of the component here. You can see here. Okay, see here. So here you can see here S4 core. What do you mean by S4 core? S4 core is nothing but your application. Now I'll go back to other one. Here, if I see the component, your ECC component, here you can see the difference here. Here ECC component, here I can show here. Okay, see, just come down. Okay, so here ECC fin is nothing but your component. You can see the finance is one of the component. Okay, these all are going to be called as your components. You can see here. See the difference between the SAP ECC to SAP EA-HR, EA-fin, EA-CC. These all are going to be called as. Now the new component which we are working is going to be called as S4 core. What is S4 core? S4 core is nothing but your application. So if I come back, this S4 core means the thing we are going to be discussing. This is what exactly the new core of application you are working on to the system. New core of system. So what is earlier? Earlier is going to be your SAP ECC. This is the old one. Actually, this is the old one where you are going to be working. This is the old S4 core. This is the old SAP ECC core application. Now we are running with a new core of application which is going to be called as the S4 core SAP HANA application. See the difference here. So this is the new release of SAP S4 HANA. So till now we came out with 1511, 1610, 1709, 1809, and after next 15 days we are going to be coming out with 1909. Now Rahul, can you please tell me, are we working on the system of 1511 or 1610 or 1709 or 1809? Forget about 1909. Till now, 1909 till now it has not been released. Okay, I can understand. Okay, which server we are going to be working? I'm telling that we are working on 1809. How do I know that? Okay, it is very easy. How do I know that? If I go into the install product versions, here you can see here. Here you can see here SAP Fiori, okay, SAP S4 on-premise release. You are working on with 1809. The release is going to be calling it as the 18. This is the latest version of SAP S4 HANA release. I understand. Okay, you are telling that this is the latest version, the release version you are talking about. This is the latest S4 HANA release version you are going to be talking. Okay, I can understand. So it is very clear that yes, I am working on with the new release called as the 1809. But what is this S4 core release? Can you please tell me now? Okay, you are telling this is the S4 core. What is the S4 core? S4 core is nothing but your application release. S4 core is nothing but your application release. So if I come here, S4 core is nothing but your application release. Okay, what is this release you are talking about? What is this release you are going to be talking about? Very, very important. My dear friend, these are going to be called as the component release versions. S4 core 103 is nothing but S4 core 103 is nothing but it is a component release version. And 1809 is nothing but new innovation cycle of SAP S4 HANA on-premise. Till this is going to be called as 103. Application core release version. This is application release. This is application release. This is deployment release. Actually, we can call it as on-premise is one of the deployment option release. We call it as a 1511, 1610, 1709. But 103 is nothing but your new S4 core application release. 1511 is called as 100. First release S4 core came out with 100. 1610 has came out with, just I'll remove this. 1610 has came out with 101. 1709 has come out with 102. Now we are in 1809. The new SAP S4 and S4 core application core release is 103, and 1909 is coming out with a new application release version, which is going to be called as 104. So now you can easily see that now I am on 1809 with the new core release called as 103. The 103 is nothing but your new core release of SAP S4 HANA. So we are very advanced version. Now in the next 15 days, we are going to be coming out with 1909. I'll show where is exactly how the 1909. This is what exactly we call it as SAP S4 HANA, which is called as next generation business suite of SAP HANA as a database. Clear now, all of you?
When you were mentioning about the database migration from the Oracle database to the HANA database, did you mention that everything remains the same and the data, it is only a database migration, but we don't change the structure of the data? But I thought that the HANA is on.
Exactly. My ECC application will remain as it is, sir. I'm not going to do the data structure changes from SAP ECC to another. Okay, my data structure of SAP application, core release of SAP ECC application will remain same. But the underlying database system, I'm moving on from MS SQL to SAP HANA database. That's all. Means all the tables are moved to the new database structure.
So we will move into the columnar storage in HANA, right?
Exactly. We'll come out, sir. One topic by topic, we are coming in the next.
Yeah. I was just trying to understand. Yeah. Okay.
If you are converting, then if you want to, okay, after the SAP HANA database has been successfully migrated, and the later on, you can also migrate, you can also convert your ECC application to SAP S4 HANA application. This is called a conversion, not the migration.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which module in SAP S4 HANA Finance is used for managing general ledger accounts? Your options are accounts payable, accounts receivable, assets accounting, general ledger accounting. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section below. Hello there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S4 HANA Finance 1809? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this training, you will master the art of managing finances efficiently with SAP S4 HANA Finance 1809. It's like having a powerful toolkit for handling all your financial needs from budgeting to reporting. Our course covers everything from the basics to advanced techniques designed by industry experts. Your instructors are seasoned pro with the years of experience in the field. They are here to make sure you understand everything and can answer any question you might have. But don't just take our words for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part is it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become SAP S4 HANA Finance 1809 Viz? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
SAP HANA 2011. What is this 2011? 2011 is an year where SAP S HANA database has been introduced. So SAP HANA is a database. Actually, it is not a S4 core application. We cannot call it as application. It is a database. It has been introduced in the year of 2011. Okay. So what is the reason behind that to get out SAP to know about more about the SAP HANA as a database structure? What are the advantages before and after? So what if I'm going to run my SAP ECC application with any other database? Okay, mean to say that MS SQL database or something like Oracle database, I have my own concerns over there. Now, what are the new advantages I'm going to get if I use SAP HANA as a database? Now, I'll take a small example here. When I go back to my SAP ECC with business suite, when I'm calling it as a SAP business suite, I take a business suite application. One is going to be calling it as the OLTP system. There are two systems are there. One is going to be calling it as the OLTP system. This is very, very important. You can expect one or two questions, certification questions from this today's class. Very, very important session this is. So one, we can call it as the OLTP system, where we call it as an online transactional process. We can call it as the online transactional processing system. And the second system, we call it as OLAP system. Second system, we call it as the OLAP system. OLAP is nothing but online analytical process or online analytical process. Both the servers are different actually. Both the servers. OLAP system where we are posting the day-to-day transaction, and OLAP system where we call it as the normally we call it as a BW system, business information warehouse system. Actually, we call it as the BW system, analytical system. We call normally. Some people will call it as the OLAP system. Some people will be calling it as the BW system. Some people will call it as the analytical, but both are going to be the same process over here. So what is the difference here? Why should we maintain the two different process systems when a landscape is going to be very heterogeneous? Heterogeneous is nothing but one landscape process I'm maintaining for the online transaction, one landscape process I'm maintaining for the analytical processing over here. So just I'm maintaining both the things. Okay, maintaining both the things. And here we have the database over here. This is online transactional analytical processing database. Now we are going to connect this both the databases. Why? Because okay, there will be a there will be be OLTP system and OLAP system, both are going to be connected here. Okay, so whatever the day-to-day transactions means during the procurement of the raw material till the goods have been sold to the customer, we are posting it in a day. I am going to be posting nearly thousands of transactions are getting posted to my OLAP system. Thousands of transactions are getting posted to my OLAP system. I have done SAP implementation in 2015, 2014, 2015 means that from the 2014 to till the date of 2019, I have done nearly about lakhs of transactions have been posted in my OLTP system. Now, when I take the analytical process, when I want a report, for example, I want a GL balance and the customer balance report for the management information purpose, which I'm going to be talking about the management information purpose. For example, I'll take a GL balance report. So I have so many GL balances. I have so many GL accounts are there. So I'm taking this balance report from which year to which year. I want to have the comparison of the GL balance report from the 2017-18 to 2019. So I'm expecting a report from 2017 to till the date of 2019. Means completed 2.5 years of data. You want a report which has to be give the GL balances for the management reporting purpose. Now what I have to do, so my database, if I see my OLTP system, this is only, we can call it as the operation system only. We can call it as the operation system where I have only 1 year of data in my database. So only 1 year data is only available. Only 1 year data is going to be available, and remaining previous year balances are going to be available in my OLAP system for the analytical purpose. So what is happening every week or something like every month, there is a bad jobs are going to be run every month. You can see every month, or some companies, if the transactions are very low, so they will schedule some background jobs at a quarterly or yearly or something like off yearly. So we can call it as extraction, transformation, and loading the data. Normally what we do, extraction, transformation, and loading the data. So every week, something like if you take a company called as the Walmart or General Motors, so there will be something thousands of transactions are getting posted to your database. So at some time, your database is going to be reaching up to 99% of the data. So what now the next transactions are not going to be posted to the database because of the size of the database is very limited for you. So what you have to do, you have to run a batch job every month end. So this batch job, what it will do, it will extract all the data. It will extract all the data from the OLAP system, and it will transform and it will load the data to another system where we can call it as the OLAP system. This OLAP system, normally we call it as the BW system, for the business information warehouse system actually, which is mainly useful for analytical reporting purpose. Now, when I want to see the data of the GL balance report from the 2017 to 2019, in my current OLTP system, I have only 1 year of data. If I go and see the previous year of data, the previous year of data is available in the OLAP system. Now I want to bridge connecting between all the data, and I had to form a report for my management reporting purpose. So now what I have to do here? Now this ETL process, whatever the data you are requesting, whatever the data you required for the developing of the report in the BW system. So what normally I will do, I will extract all the data from the OLTP system and transfer, and I load the data to the BW system over here. Now the complete data is available. Now I cannot form a report in the OLTP system. Normally, when you take the OLTP system, assume that, okay, now there is no OLAP. Assume that now there is no OLAP system. Now, whatever the data you're calling from the 2017 to 2019, assume that the data is available in the OLTP system only. Yes, I'll take the OLTP system. Now, when you're sending a command, of the report, when you're giving the company code with the fiscal year, what are all the GL accounts, you're inputting some parameters and you're executing the report. The report, what it will do, it will be get executed in the GUI. From the GUI, it will go to the application. From the application, that the query will go to the database. So in the database, what the query is going to do, the query normally it has to be splitted into multiple queries. Actually, to be very frank, there is a completely disk process is going to be happen. Because of the disk process, what is happening, my query is not going to be splitted into multiple queries. Because of that, I'm missing some parallelization and the partitioning mechanism in the database. Because of that, I'm not going to extract the data, and that data is not able to compile in my application. I cannot do the compilation. Yes, even though you got all the required tables from your database, the tables has to be compiled and they have to form a report. Actually, that report normally will be compiled in the application. So when you see the middle layer, we can call it as application. Actually, we call normally it is an application layer actually. So application is nothing but a server. Normally it is called as a server. Now, whatever the data, whatever the tables you have extracted from the database, now actually the database has to do the compiling of the report. What do you mean by compiling? Compiling is nothing but to form the report. But this database is not going to perform the activity of compilation. Now, what this query will do, it will move all the tables. Now it will move all the tables to your application. Now, whatever the data you got from the tables, now the tables have been brought down to your application. Now your application has to do this compilation. Normally, as a general practice, database has to do the compiling of your report. But in my case, what is happening? The database is not going to do the compilation because I'm the tenant of other database system like MSSQL database or Oracle database, which is only performing as a database activity. It is not going to serve me to compile the reports. Now your application is going to take the duty of compiling the report. Now this application is a server. So what my basis people are going to do, they are going to put some time limit. They are going to put a buffer time limit to compile the report. Every report has to be compiled within 10 minutes. Why? Because it is application. Application never do the compilation, but there is no other way. Now there is no other way. I had to do the compilation in the application level. So what is happening, if the compilation is going to take huge amount of the data with a given time, within the crossing of 10 minutes or something, like if it is taking more than 10 minutes, then the system has to throw a runtime error. Definitely. Why? Because application will collapse if the runtime error is not going to be taken. If the compiling is taking more than 10 minutes, sometimes what happens, your application will collapse. Completely your application will become down, and your SAP has to be shut down sometime. Okay, because of upgrade. So now to avoid that kind of situation, what I'll do, my basis people, what they're going to do, yes, they're going to put a runtime. The runtime should be within 10 minutes. Your compilation has to be completed within 10 minutes. If the compilation is going to cross more than 10 minutes, then that report has to show with the runtime error. Definitely. So I'll take you one example of ECC here. So there is a drawback is there earlier in our SAP ECC. So I'll take you one example. Now, okay, now I'll shut down everything. This is not required for me. Now I'm logging to the SAP ECC. So I'll compare with SAP ECC with SAP S4HANA. Now you can see I'm logging to the SAP ECC with MSSQL database. Now let us assume that I'll go for one report. Example, I'm just executing one report. This is my SAP ECC, okay? Not SAP S4HANA, not with a HANA database. This is with our MSSQL database. So I just want to see one report. Exactly, I'm taking a one report. So I'm taking a GL balance report. Okay, so I'll take it as a GL balance report. Now let us assume this is the report. Now I'm giving a chart of accounts and the company code and everything. Okay, so I'm giving some input parameters. You can see here. I'm giving some input parameters. Okay, so for example, I'm taking an input parameter. I'm taking the data from the 2017 to 2018. So I'm sending this command. Okay, the example 2017 to 2019. Complete 3 years of data I'm expecting. Now when I'm executing here, that this is a query. What happening here when I'm executing the report? Okay, so specify only one fiscal year. So I'll just maintain with 2019. Okay. Okay, now I given only 2019. Now when I'm executing, now see here. Now what is happening here? No list is generated, means the query has gone to the database and it has gone to the tables which the program has been designed, and there is no data which is available for the 2019 which I am trying to execute the data for a particular report. Now let me remove this chart of account and execute. Yes, one second I'm executing by giving other specific parameters so that I have removed the chart of accounts. I'm looking out for the 2019 with any other parameter. So now see here, now the query, now see here. Now I got the report. I got the report. Now what is happening? Now how this report has got, now the query has gone to the application. From the application, the query has moved to the database, and the database, now the query has collected all the required tables and it has compiled. Now this compilation has done only within 10 minutes, within the 10 minutes, so that I'm able to see the report over here on my desktop. Now what happens if I give the data more specifically? If I give the data more specifically, if I give the data from 2017 to 2019, now what happens? The compiling is going to take a huge time. That is going to be taking about 10 minutes. More than 10 minutes. So once it has taken more than 10 minutes, the system automatically, what it will do, it will throw a runtime error. Means the data which you are asking me to compile the report is more huge. The data is very, very high. The compiling cannot be taken in the application. So now you need to split your report into two levels. One is you can execute one report with 2017 to 2018 and the second report 2018 to 2019, so that the compiling can be happen very easily. But now what is happening? Because of huge data of compiling, the system has failed to do the compiling within 10 minutes because the application has to do the compiling of all these kind of reports. Now, because of this point of portion, what I'm going to do here is, because of this point of portion earlier, what I'm going to do here is, I will move the data every month end. Every month end, automatically a job is going to be, my basis people, they have scheduled the job and they will extract the data from the database, and they will transform and they will load the data to the business information warehouse system. Now what happening? Now the data is available in the business warehouse information system. Now the BW consulting, what they will do? Okay, actually the report has to be get from the OLTP. Now I'm not able to get the report from the OLTP. Now I should get the report from the OLAP system, which is analytical reporting system. The BW consultant, what they will do, they will write the programming, they will develop some cubes, and what they will do, whatever the data which is available in the BW system, they will form a report and they will give the report to you. Instead of getting the report, I am going to get the report from the OLEP system for the reporting purpose. So now the BW consultant has to develop the report and give the report to us, because this is the system where we are going to be calling it as the OLEP system, online analytical process system actually. So here also, if I see the data, yes, huge data is available. So my BW consultants, they are going to write some programming. They are going to loop all the tables and they are going to extract. But here also it is taking nearly about, okay, here also it is nearly taking about 60 to 90 minutes actually. 60 to 90 minutes of time is getting consumed to develop this particular report over here. So in 2007 and 2008, so they have introduced BWA, that is nothing but BWA is nothing but accelerators actually. BWA tool, Accelerators are nothing but the tools actually in 2007, 2008 actually. So to speed up the data, to speed up, acceleration is nothing but speed. To speed up the data, they have introduced a tool called as accelerators. These accelerators has tools which are going to be acting on the BW system to speed the data. Instead of taking 60 to 90 minutes, now after the accelerators, the time has come down to nearly about 30 to 40 minutes. So it is very good. It is very good. At any time, I'm seeing some differences between the time here. So what is happening? It is completely a post-mortem report to me. Why? Because you are extracting the data from the OLTP system, you're transferring the data, you're loading the data to the OLTP system, your accelerators are going to be acting over there, and it is taking 30 minutes to get the data from the OLTP system. Now, this is what exactly we call it as two different database approaches, and there is no common database approach which I am looking out for in my SAP. This is called as the two database approach. One database I'm using for the online transaction processing, and one database I'm using for online analytical processing. So now here I see three copies of data. One copy of data is going to be called as a transactions. Very, very important. Here I'm going to be see three transactions. And one copy of the data we are going to be seeing as analytics. And one copy of the data is going to be called as accelerators. Means three copies of data I'm going to be getting at transactions, analysis, and accelerators. Why this is going to be, why should I give? Because why should I spend a lot of amount on two different systems, and I had to do the maintenance of all the two systems to only for the reporting purpose. So what is SAP HANA database, when it has been introduced in the year of 2011, we came out with a common database approach. Yes, very, very important. We came out with common database approach. Very, very important. What is this common database approach? Okay, now we have seen that OLAP and OLTP both are separated. OLAP and OLTP both are separated. Now the SAP S/4HANA, which has the underlying database as a HANA database, now it is playing the role as a common database approach where both in a single database, you have the both OLTP plus OLAP approaches. In a single database, your database is going to play both the roles. One role is your online transaction processing is happening within the same database, and online analytical processing is also going to be happened within the same database. No need to have a separate BW extractor. Now, no need to have a separate BW extractor for the separate online analytical processing. Why? Because now you're both OLTP plus OLAP is going to be played, which is going to be calling it as a common database approach with the help of SAP HANA database. So when the SAP HANA database has been introduced in the year of 2011, it is called as in-memory database. We call it as a in-memory database. I'll tell you what is the in-memory database now. Okay, in-memory database. So normally when you see the databases, actually, when you see a CPU will be having a database where we are going to be calling the database as a disk process. Completely, we are going to be having it as a disk process. So the mechanism is going to play the separate role. Now I'll explain the concept of in-memory database. Then why it is so called as a OLAP plus OLTP together. Okay. Now I'm taking a one. I'll take the same examples. I'll take the same example as the GL balance. I'll take the same example. Very, very important this is. This is called as a presentation. And this we call it as application. and this is called as your database. So I can call it as any database. So I'm not calling it as a HANA database. It is any database. We call it as any database except HANA. Okay. Now I'm sending the same query, GL balance query. Now I'm executing the same query. This is what exactly the query I'm sending. Now I'm sending the query. Now the query, what it will go to the database. It will go, once I execute that query, it will go to the database. Now the query, what it will do, it will come from the presentation, and from the presentation, the query will go to the application, and the application will send the query to your database like this. Now, within the database, there is a called as a disk process mechanism. We can call it as a disk process mechanism. What is the disk process mechanism? Here, when I see the CPU, this is my CPU. And from the CPU, your disk process is very far for that. Okay, so you can tell this is going to be called as a disk process mechanism. This is what exactly? Disk. Now, when the query has been sent to the disk process, when any query has been sent to the disk process, the CPU will send the query to your disk process. So once the query has been sent to your disk process, so within the disk, you can see there are so many processes are going to be working. Within the disk, there are so many processes. If you take your iPhone or something like that, iPhone is working on with 8 different processes actually. If you take an iPhone, for example, okay, you have an iPhone 6 or 7. When you're looking out for a name, something like John, okay, so when you're giving a command, so automatically in the backend, the command will go to your iPhone database and it will pick up the name of John, and there are several Johns are there. It will display on your desktop. Now you're looking out for certain name, John something like XXX. Okay, again you're giving a command. Again it will go to the processor and it will pick up the John XXX and it will give the name and number and address and everything. In the same way, when I take a processor, okay, when I take my CPU or a disk, there are several processors out there. These are all going to be called as processors. Processor 1, processor 2, processor 3. Like this, if I take, there will be hundreds of processors going to be working in our database. So here I'm going to be taking only 6 processors to make you to understand. Okay. So there are 6 processors there. Example I'm going to be taking. Now, normally within the database, okay, where the data is going to be resided, the data will be resided in the tables. The data will be resided in the tables actually. Okay, right. Now, whatever the query you have been sent, the query, what it will do first, it will go to the processor 1. The query, first it will go to the processor 1 to look the database tables. So what is happening when this activity is running in the processor 1, automatically the processor 2, processor 3, 4, 5, 6, all these processors are getting locked. Because there is no parallelization processing earlier. What is happening? The processor 1 is activated and the remaining all the 5 processors are getting locked. Until the processor 1 activity is not completed, the processor 2 will not be get activated. Okay, and after the processor 2 activity is completed, the processor 3 is getting activated like this. So activity is going to be developed each and every processor level. Now once it has complete, the same query will go to the processor 2. Now what is happening? The processor 1, 3, 4 and 5, 6 are getting locked. And once it has complete, then it will go to the processor. Now, tell me now, how much time it is going to be taking to extract the data from the processor? Means, actually, what I'm looking out here is the processor, whenever the query which I'm sending to the processors, the query has to be get splitted into multiple queries. But this is not happening with my SAP, with my MSQL database or any other database. Now only one query, it is looking out for all the processors and it is picking off all the related tables from each and every processors and it is sending the data to the application for the compilation purpose. It is sending the data to the compilation purpose. Now, single report, for a single report, for the GL balance report, now when I see the process are going to be working, the processor activity itself is taking more than 20 minutes, my dear friend, believe or not. The processor activity itself is taking more than 20 minutes to fetch the data from the each and every processor. Finally, the processor activity has completed. Now, what happened? Now it has got all the related data from each and every table. Now, what the processor has to do, now what this query has to do, now the database has to compile the reports. Yes, you got the data from the processor, but who has to compile the report? You has to compile the report. The database has to compile the report by getting all the queries from the processor. Nothing is going to be happen like this. Now, what it is going to do? Now it is sending the data back to your application. Now your application has to do this kind of compilation of the report. Okay, let me go with one example. See here. Now see here. Now the process is going to be working. Now, because there is no data, automatically it has given that the fiscal year is not having any data because the data is no more available. Now it has come very speed. Now, if I take the data of 2018, let me see now. Let me see. For 2018, data is available. Now see here. Now you can see the down. When you see the down, now it has got the data. Now it has got the data because the data is very less. You can see the data is very less. So immediately it has given the data. But if I give the data of 2017, let me see. 2017 data is not available because the process of transformation is going to each and every processor level and it is getting the data from there. Now let me see whether there is any data which is available. Huge data I want. I don't want the very frequent data. I want a huge data. For example, let me take any other report. For example, because I'll take, for example, I'll take about 1000 company code or what. Okay, so because I want the huge data to give the example. I'll take another company code. I'll take another company code. Let me see whether the data is, yeah, it is also very less. Okay, so I want the huge data from 2017 because I want to execute the report. Yeah, data is very less. Okay, so there is no such a data which is going to be available if I take 999.
Hello there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this training, you will master the art of managing finances efficiently with SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809. It's like having a powerful toolkit for handling all your financial needs from budgeting to reporting. Our course covers everything from the basics to advanced techniques designed by industry experts. Your instructors are seasoned pro with the years of experience in the field. They are here to make sure you understand everything and can answer any question you might have. But don't just take our words for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part is it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809 Viz? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, forget about it because there is no such a data is available. So that report is coming very speed. Now, normally it is going to be happen like this only. Okay.
If there was huge data, then would the system might also run into a runtime error or something? You wanted to show?
Yeah. And that's what I'm telling. If for example, I'll tell you one example. That's what I'm telling. If I take a 2018, sir, 2018. Now let us assume that the database is going to be having the data which has been posted in the 2018 is a huge data. It has to compile in the application of what is happening. Normally, if it is within the time period of 10 minutes, okay, something like whatever the buffer I given in the database, so it will give the data and it will pull up the report and you will see that report on your database or something in your presentation. Assume that the data which has to be, the compiling of the report which is more than 10 minutes, what is happening here? Then automatically system, what it will do, it will throw a runtime error. A runtime error is nothing but it will not give the output like this what you are going to be expected. Mean to say that now you're able to see this output without any issue.
Correct.
Now you're able to see this output without any issue because you are able to see the balances of the debit balances and the credit balances. There is no issue here. But what happening if the data is very, very high? If, for example, if it is crossing more than about 500 GB or 600 GB of the data is going to be crossing to extract that. Now automatically go to the runtime error.
Yeah.
What is runtime error? Runtime error is nothing but actually, why should I call it as a runtime error? Why? Because when I see the compiling is going to be happened in the application, when the query has sent all the tables back to your application, when this application is doing this compiling of developing this reports, actually application will not compile any reports, or actually application should not compile because application is a server. Actually database has to do this compiling, but there is no other source for me. Earlier we don't have that kind of database which has to compile and which has to form a report to me. So now my application is taking that part of dedicating of that work. Now what I'm going to do, I have to compile the report. Once the compilation is being completed, now this application will flash the data back to a presentation. Now I can see the data like this. This is what exactly I can get the data like this. Now, what happens? Now there is no such a kind of compiling. Why? Because as I told you that in my earlier screen, as I've been telling you here is nothing but now when I'm extracting the data from each and every processor, the processor itself is taking it 20 minutes. And if I start doing the compiling of application, the application is going to take more 20 minutes. So to develop the report and give the report to me as the compiling report, it is taking 30 to 40 minutes for me to get the data. See the sign means the throughput is very, 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 very low. The throughput is very, 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 very low, which I'm expecting the throughput should be very, very high. Within the short period, I want to get the data from my database, but that is not going to be the case of your SAP MS SQL databases or the Oracle databases. So that is the reason what I'm going to do. I'm missing this kind of parallelization and the partitioning between that. I'm missing this parallelization and the partitioning. Now, when I introduced this SAP HANA as a database, now I came out with two advantages. One is called as parallelization, very, very important. Why should I go for SAP HANA? Because I have the parallelization. And second one is partitioning. Second one is partitioning, parallelization and the partitioning. Now the same report which you have executed in your MS SQL database, when the same report, when I'm executing in my HANA database now, the same report, what I will do, I will execute in my HANA database. Okay. Now I'm sending the same query. The query will go to the HANA database. Now what happening here? Now what is happening here? Now I brought a concept called as an in-memory database. Okay. Now what is this in-memory database is going to do? Between the CPU and the disk, there is one more database which I am going to be introducing over here. This is called as a RAM. Normally you heard many times what is the RAM is nothing but random access memory, which is going to be using as a storing capacity within our laptops. When you see the RAM is going to be using as a storing mechanism. Now, this is what exactly I call it as a DRAM. This DRAM, I call it as an in-memory database. This DRAM, I call it as an in-memory database between the CPU and the disk. This RAM is very near to the CPU. Now, what is happening? Whatever the frequently accessing the data will get it from the RAM. Whatever the rarely accessing the data will be get fetched from your disk. Now, what is happening when I want the same report? Now the query will go into the RAM. There is the RAM will be available. Now the query will go into the RAM. Now within the RAM, we have this parallelization and the partitioning mechanism. What is the parallelization and the partitioning? The query now, what happening automatically? It will be get splitted into multiple queries. It will be get splitted into multiple queries. Means one query will look out for the GL accounts. One query will look out for the amount. One query will look out for the fiscal year. One query will look out for the line items. So automatically, if the single query, once it has gone to the in-memory, it will be get splitted into multiple queries. Very, very important. This is what interesting, which we have been observed in your HANA database. So now what is happening here? Now one query. So now there is no locking mechanism, sir. Now there is no locking mechanism. Earlier we have the locking mechanism between each and every processor. Now there is no locking mechanism. So now the query is going to be splitted into multiple queries, and each and every query will go into each and every processor like this. Yes, no restriction, that locking mechanism. Each and every query will go into each and every processor now, and it will get the data. See that now earlier it was taken 30 minutes. Now the same query, if I'm sending into my HANA database within the DRAM, within the HANA in-memory database, now what is happening? The 20 minutes has been reduced up to 20 seconds. The 20 minutes has been reduced up to 20 seconds. Within the 20 seconds, my processing has been successfully completed, which is going to be called as a parallelization, and there is a partitioning is there. Partitioning is nothing but between each and every processor, there is the partitions are going to be developed. Because of this partitioning, I'm not able to see there is a locking mechanism. Then now from today onward, there is no locking mechanism between each and every processor. So this is what exactly which is happening within my DRAM, which is going to be called as an in-memory database. The in-memory database is nothing but we are going to be having a very, very high throughput. High throughput is nothing but within the given time, I'm getting a lot of amount of the data from your database, where the instant insight of database is going to be played as a major role over here. So what is going to be, and one more thing, reduce database footprint. Reduce database footprint means now I'm going to remove all this kind of duplication portion. Now earlier what is happening, one single GL I'm able to see in multiple tables actually earlier in your SAP database, in your normal database, but in your SAP HANA database, now this redundancy of the data has been completely removed. Redundancy is nothing but now there is no need to have any kind of duplication. Now that there is no duplication of the data, and the redundancy is nothing but duplication. We can call it as a duplication. Now what is happening? The frequently accessing the data will move to the rarely accessing the data will be moved to the disk, and the frequently accessing the data will still remains in your DRAM itself only. Now what is happening? The query is very, very near to, now means that the CPU is very near to the DRAM, and you are going to get the data within a time period, that is within the 20 seconds. I'm going to get the data from all the processors, and once this processing activity is completed, now who is going to do the compiling? No, your application will not do this compilation from today onwards. Now this application only do the server access, that is your application is going to maintain as a server. Now from today onwards, your SAP database is going to do this. SAP HANA database is going to do this compiling part from today onwards, not by the application. Now, see the beauty of the SAP. Earlier, the compilation will be done in the application. Once the data has been retrieved from the database, the query will move all the tables to your application. Your application has to do the compiling. Now not. Now the work has been dedicated to your SAP HANA. You have to do the extracting of the data from the processors, and after you get the tables from the process, now you have to compile the report in your SAP HANA database. Once you compile the database, then the report will be fetched into your presentation. That is called, you can use as a GUI or you can use as a Fiori. Now you have the Fiori as a front end for the reporting purpose. Now you will get the data to the Fiori. Now what is happening? That is happening because of this DRAM, where we are going to be calling it as a in-memory database. Now when you see the disk process database, if it is 1 TB, 1 tera database, you can also take the DRAM with the same capacity of 1 TB also. 1 TB also. Or you can if you're not able to afford that much of, you can take the 500 MB also, where you can take the database RAM as the 500 MB. Now you can assume that. Now you can tell me now why the SAP is going to calling the SAP HANA database as the in memory, because of three reasons. One is parallelization, second one is partitioning, and third one is going to be the database footprint reduction. Database footprint. Now there is a data redundancy. Now there is no need to have any kind of data redundancy. That is what the beauty of the SAP, which is called as the SAP HANA, which is called as the in-memory database. Now your database, your SAP HANA database is not only maintained for the online transactional process. Now you will get all the analytical reports. Now you will get all these analytical reports from your SAP DRAM itself only. Now earlier you are getting the analytical reports from the BW system. Now no need to have the BW server extracted from today onwards. Now you will get all this kind of analytical reports from your DRAM. That is what exactly I call it as a common DB approach. Now we can call it as a common DB approach, what is called as a common database approach. Now both OLTP plus OLAP both are combined in one single database, which is going to be called as SAP HANA database. Is it clear to all of you?
I just have one quick question, which is about the application layer. So when we are moving to the HANA database, Rahul, what happens to the application layer? Because that application layer's job is mostly switching to the database layer, right? In terms of compiling and processing the data.
No. What happening, sir? Sir, I'll give one example, sir. Actually, so I'll take you one small example here. Now, assume that, sir. Assume that earlier you are using your application is on SAP ECC, sir. Assume that.
Mm-hmm.
So where we are going to be calling it as the SAP Business Suite. We call it as the SAP Business Suite.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is your SAP, and if I take your application, this is your application. Your application is on with SAP ECC, sir. ECC 6.0 or whatever maybe. Okay, you can take it. Yeah. Now earlier your database is Oracle database.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Now this is your SAP application. Now today you want to switch off from the Oracle database and switch on to the SAP HANA database.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm taking the same architect. The architect is never changes, sir. The architect is going to be the same here, which we are going to be calling as R3 architect. Now, what I'm going to do here is nothing but I'm only migrating your database. I'm only migrating your database from the Oracle DB to SAP HANA database. Mean to say that your application has been stapled on the Oracle database. Now what I'm going to do, now your application is going to be the same, sir. I'm not changing your application. Your application is going to be resided with the same kind of application, which is going to be called as SAP ECC 6.0 only. I'm not changing your application here. Your application is going to be the same, but only I am doing the DB migration. DB migration means earlier your tables have been resided in your Oracle. Now the same table architect I'm moving on to the SAP HANA database. This is called as a DB migration. So there is a tool called as DMO, Database Migration Optimizer.
Yes.
This tool, what it will do, this tool will help you to get the data migrated from your Oracle database to the new database, which is going to be called as SAP, and your application is going to be stapled on the same database. Now what you are going to be taking as a new database, which is going to be called as it. I have not done any kind of data structure changes. I have not done any kind of changes at the table level. I have not done any kind of changes at the application level. Your application data structure will remain same. Only the box of your SAP database, I changed from Oracle database to HANA database only, where I can utilize some in-memory concepts with this HANA database. Now, I call this particular architect as a SAP Business Suite on HANA. Earlier, we called it as SAP. This is called as SAP Business Suite. Now, what I'm going to tell, now your same SAP Business Suite is on HANA. Yeah. This is what exactly I call it.
But here the data retrieval will be faster, right? Because because of the in-memory capability of that.
Exactly, sir. Exactly, sir. Because not only as a in-memory, my throughput is going to be the very, very high. Now, earlier, whatever the table you had taken, the table is based on the row based. In the next classes, we are going to discuss about the row based and the column based. And today we have the column parallelization and the partitioning. Now, both OLEP and OLTP both are combined. Why should I use the BW extracted for the analytical reporting, sir? Now I call it as a common database approach. Earlier, the OLTP is separated and OLAP is separated. Now, what is happening? Both OLAP and OLTP both are combined in the single database now.
Yeah, exactly. So the pressure on the application layer is low, right? That's I'm trying to understand.
I'm coming, sir. Exactly. You are right. Now what is happening earlier? Now, Shelly.
There is one more question. What is
Yes,
frequently
madam.
accessing data and rarely? Because every company is having their own requirements. So how it should be how the database, who will decide which is frequently accessing and which is rarely accessing?
Very good question, madam. Actually, who is going to be decided? See, something like there will be some reports normally will be executing yearly once for auditing purpose only, not for more than that, madam. So if month-end closing reports will be some completely different, like quarterly reports are going to be completely different. Something like when you go for a 5 years of planning of the report, those are going to be completely different. Now, instead of giving a huge amount of data in the in-memory, such a kind of reports, I can move it to the cold storage. Cold storage is nothing but where I can call it as a disk process. Hot data is nothing but your in-memory, and cold data is nothing but your disk process. So who will decide? The company will give the client will explain us what are all the reports which are going to be executed as a frequently, and based on that we will schedule. So if the volume of the data, the posting of volume of the data as a weekly, see, first of all, what I will do here, before I design the database to them, first of all, I am going to study the complete legacy system. Before the SAP, they are using some legacy system. So I'll study the legacy system. What is the amount of the transactions they are posting daily basis? What is the amount of transactions they are posting on weekly, quarterly, and annually? So it depends upon the volume of the data. Now I need to ask the client whether I need to go with the in-memory with 500 GB or 1 TB or 2 TB. So it depends upon that volume of the data. I will design your database architect. So client has to give the requirement to us, madam.
First, tell to the basis people what exactly we need, and then accordingly they will move.
Exactly, madam. Sizing of the database is very, very important before you go for any project implementation. One thing actually people may ask you, when you're taking as in-memory, it is the same capacity of the data of the disk process. So normally we call it the in-memory is going to be, now if I go here, in-memory is going to be called as a hot data. This is called as a hot storage. We can call it as a hot data because all the transaction processing and the disk processing is going to be called as a cold data. We normally call it as a cold data. Cold data. So it is not a compulsory that whatever the disk process data database capacity you're taking 1 TB, the same should be equal to your DRAM. No. Your DRAM can be less than or it can be greater than of your disk process also, because depends upon the volume of the data you are going to be posting. That is what I'm telling over here. So SAP HANA is not a single tenant actually. SAP HANA database is not a single tenant of database. It contains several databases within the SAP HANA database. It is a multi-tiered database. It is a multi-tiered, nothing but multi-storage. We can call it as a multi-storage database with a multi-tenant database with a multi-independent databases are going to be working within the SAP HANA data. One database is called as the in-memory. Second database is DB1 is going to be called as a disk process. Like that, there are several databases are going to be working. So the monitoring of all these databases will be done by your basis consultants. Now, this is my SAP. Business suite actually. It is not on SAP HANA because it is working with Oracle database, and this SAP is working on with HANA database. So earlier, what is happening? My triangle is looking like this. Earlier means before. This is what my triangle earlier. This is exactly my triangle. See here. What does it mean that, why the triangle is going to be looking like this? Because if I see that 90% of my database activity is running on my application layer earlier, means 90%, 90 means 70 to 80% of the compiling is going to be done at the application, and only I can see 20 to 30% of the database is only used for only to storing the data. Actually, this is what exactly which is going to be happen. There is no application optimization. There is no application optimization. Now, when I see my SAP with HANA database, now I can see there is an inverted triangle like this. There is an inverted triangle like this. Mean to say that now you can see here. Now I can see this is the inverted triangle. Now you can observe here very carefully if you go and see the database now. Now, earlier, whatever the compiling you are going to do, now the compiling part has been moved to your database. Your database is not only serving you as a database, okay? It is also going to do the compiling also. It is also going to do the compiling of the data within the database system. So it is going to do your application services, it is going to do the processing services, it is going to do the database services. Three services are going to be done: application services, processing services, and the database services. Earlier all these processing services are going to be done in the Oracle, and the application services and the database services are going to be working in the application. Now, no need to do this kind of compilation. Now, all the compilation will be done at the SAP HANA database. That is the reason I call it as SAP S4 HANA is the next generation business suite, which is fully built on in-memory database platform, where it is going to play the major role as the application optimization. What do you mean by application optimization? Application optimization is nothing but now your application is not going to do any kind of compilation. Your compilation will be done by your SAP HANA database. So I'll take you to one example. So this is what exactly SAP S4 is the next generation, which is fully built on the advanced in-memory platform existing today with SAP. The product is modern design principle with SAP Fiori experience, blah, blah, blah. The first advantage is going to be called as application optimized, specifically for SAP HANA in-memory platform with SAP HANA. The SAP optimizes the application to make the best use of the capability of SAP HANA database. For example, we have removed all the aggregates and the reduced data footprint from today. Why don't you utilize now your HANA database? Why can't you optimize your application? Now, all these application performances I brought down to your database from today onward. So you can use this application. Now you can optimize your application to make the best use of capabilities. Lot of capabilities or lot of advantages are there in SAP HANA database. Why can't you use them instead of giving a lot of burden to your application? That is the reason I have made it as an application optimization. Second one is responsive user experience design. Now what I'm going to do here is nothing but within the time, I'm going to get the data from my in-memory database. Within no time, within the seconds, I'm going to be getting the data because of this parallelization and the partitioning, because of the Fiori, which is going to be calling at the front end, and unifying functionality in all the core modules, removing the redundancy, removing SAP, remove the redundancy by providing one functionality with one objective. Earlier, for customers, earlier for the GLs, I'm maintaining a separate tables. For controlling, I'm maintaining a separate tables. For asset accounting, I'm maintaining a separate tables. Now, I see there is a lot of redundancy of the data is there. Redundancy is nothing but the duplicate, the same table, the same GL account I am looking in the BSEC table, the same table I am looking in the asset accounting table, the same GL account I am looking in the controlling table. Why should I have the same GL account in the different tables? Why should I this kind of duplication of the redundancy of the data? Now, what the SAP S4 HANA has done, it has removed all this kind of redundancy of the data from today. Redundancy is nothing but now there is no separate set of GL accounts, there is no separate set of GL tables, no separate set of asset accounting tables controlling material ledger. Now all these aggregate tables have been completely removed, and I'm bringing only one table from today onwards. For all the GLs, for all the customers and vendor, for all the asset account, for all the material ledger, for all the controlling, only one table. Whatever the postings you are making, whether it is a GL posting or whether it is asset accounting posting or any posting. Now it has to come and store within the one table. So what is happening? Now I cannot see the redundancy of the data. Now there is no need of having any duplication of the data, because of earlier I have lot of duplication. Now there is no need to have any kind of duplication, because I'm providing with one objective with one table from today. Tell me now, why can't I go with SAP S4HANA, and why can't I choose SAP HANA as a database? That is exactly what I'm going to be looking out for your processing of the system for the differentiation purpose.
Hello there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S4HANA Finance 1809? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this training, you will master the art of managing finances efficiently with SAP S4HANA Finance 1809. It's like having a powerful toolkit for handling all your financial needs, from budgeting to reporting. Our course covers everything from the basics to advanced techniques, designed by industry experts. Your instructors are seasoned pro with the years of experience in the field. They are here to make sure you understand everything and can answer any question you might have. But don't just take our words for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part is it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become SAP S4HANA Finance 1809 Viz? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So this is 1909. SAP has come out with the new innovations of 1909. You can see here, this is the new release yesterday night. Okay, so 20th September, according to the Indian IST time, 2:30 a.m. in the morning, it has been released. So this is the 21st. Okay, so you can see this is the 1909 release, and I will give this link to you, all of you, not to worry. Just go through this link. No need to have any kind of credentials for the same. So you can log in through, okay, you can log in through without any credentials. And here, when you scroll down, there is a call as what's new in 1909 compare with 1809. See, 1809, we are going to see the 1809. So in the coming classes, we are learning the 1809 on-premise edition of 103. So this is 1909. So to have the differences actually, so here there is called as a PDF file is there. That is going to be the English PDF file. Just you click on it, and a new PDF is going to open. And this is the new PDF. And in this is going to be called as a what's new in SAP S4HANA 1909. So you can see some documents with WN. WN is nothing but what's new. Okay, so if you come here, there is a finance. Okay, you can see from the chapter number 3, there is a finance. Okay, from the finance side, you can see here till here, what are all the changes have been happened. Okay, treasury management, okay, commodity risk management, financial operations, okay, like invoice, receivable management, settlements, and billing and revenue management, governance, risk and finance. Okay, you can see here leasing, accounting, period and closings. Okay, service contract. Okay, these are all the areas. These are all the areas where SAP has done some improvements. Earlier 1809, they are available. They are available. Okay, we are not telling they are not available, but to make it more simplified process. Okay, they have done some more simplifications in all the areas. Okay, you can see here. So till the point of, okay, this finance accounting covers all the things, like it covers about all the financial things like FSCM. FSCM is nothing but financial supply chain management. In that there is a cash management, credit management. Okay, we have the BPC, we have the commodity and risk management, travel management. Okay, lease management. Okay, you can see the contract management, FICA, that is contract accounting. Okay, you can see everything. It's not like only FI. If it is not just like FI means only a general ledger, accounts payable, account receivable, and asset accounting. No, finance means it is going to cover all the financial modules in SAP. So till here, till the page number 332, till the page number 332. So chapter number 3, you can see here from the page number of 15. So these are all going to be called as new innovations which have been improved in SAP S4HANA 1809. So if you go through this all the things, you can have some idea. Okay, you can correlate. Now we are learning about the classes on 1809. Okay, so if you keep this document beside of you, then you can understand, okay, for example, I'm taking one example here. Now I'm going to the general ledger accounting. For example, I'm taking about the general ledger accounting. Today, assume that today the class is on general ledger accounting. If I go to the general ledger accounting and the financial close, so they have brought a new concept called as edit option for the general entries, payment reference option. Actually, this is what exactly payment reference, what they have done. So in the edit option general entry apps, okay, so option is available, okay, that is payment reference as a search criteria. So this is the new field which has been added in the payment reference. Means whenever you do any kind of payment, whenever you do any kind of journal entry, there is a one option called the payment reference option has been given to you from the 1809. Okay, so payment reference option has been given. Okay, so how exactly it is going to work? Select this option allows you to search for the line items to be clear that have the payment reference KIDNO. What is the KIDNO? KIDNO is nothing but the payment reference. For example, I'll go to here. Okay, I'll show here. That's why I told earlier also, your batch is very lucky that you are going to learn both 1809 and in 1909 simultaneously. Okay, so now I logged into the system. What they're telling. So when you come here, okay, so this is what exactly they're telling to us. Okay, edit option in the general ledger entries. Edit option in the general ledger. What is the edit option? Okay, if you click on that, it will take you to the edit option. So what it is telling here. So when this app, you can set the user specific options for the edit journal entries. For example, you can select the amount in the local currency if you only want to enter the journal entry the local currency. This field needs to be entered as a foreign currency, the blah blah blah. So the whatever. Okay. So these all the fields have been enhanced over here. Okay. So from here, if I go to the particular app, okay. So if I go to FB03, for example, if I give one document number, for example, I'm giving a company coach. Okay, I'll give some documents and related to the DZ, something about the document customer payments, which is called as customer payments. Now, okay, there are no payment. Okay, the customer payments are not available. If I take about the KZ, something like documents are available or not. Oh yeah, documents are not available. Let me remove the company code. At least I can see some documents for all the company codes. Yeah, if I see there is the one, okay, and if I double click on it, what happened? There are some rules have been assigned. Okay, so I'll take you to the another class. Okay, so there is a one field called as payment reference. So I'm just going here. So here you can have some field called as the payment reference field. Okay, the payment reference field we are going to be calling it as a KIDNO. Okay, so I'll go to the table. SE16. Okay, BSID. So field payment reference. This is the payment reference field, which is going to be called as KIDNO. KIDNO. KIDNO is nothing but the field name actually. So what they're telling here, KIDNO. Okay, so what they're telling here. So according to the logic here, so the logic is very clear. So like this, we have to go and see. So anyhow, I'm going to show all the changes. No need to worry. So from our side, because I'm going to take you all this point of reporting. So what they're telling. So in the edit option for the general entries app is nothing but the Fury. Okay, so let me go into the Fury also. So I can give. Okay, so let me first of all explain you this, and then I'll go to Fury. The payment reference as a search criteria. Option is now available. Select this option. All allows you to search for the line items to be clear that have the payment reference of KIDNO. See here, KIDNO. So this KIDNO is nothing but the payment reference field. Now, earlier this field is available, okay, in the GUI. From the GUI side, it is available, okay. But when you go to the Fury apps, now we are going to be using the Fury apps as a front end for all the transaction postings. Anything we can see, all the transaction posting, we can see the Fury as an app. Now, in that Fury app, when you go to one app which is related to the payment, which is related to the edit option for the general entries, now you can see the new field which is going to be calling it as a payment reference over here. Okay, so do you want to see the Fury, how the Fury is going to look like? See here, this is how the Fury is going to look like. See. So I'll take you to the Fury now. So I'm logging into the Fury. This is now the front end. Now from today onwards, this is what exactly we are working as the front end now. So Fury is nothing but a flower. In the Latin, we can call it as a flower. Flower is nothing but a, okay, in the Latin, they are going to be calling it as the Fury. Okay, now the Fury is going to be the front end for us. Okay. Same user ID and password for this also. So I'm using the same user ID and password. Now this is the Fiori. Now from today onwards, we are going to be using the Fiori. I'm giving the password. Now I'm logging into the Fiori. So Fiori is going to be the front end. Now earlier, okay, before the Fiori, we are going to be using the GUI, graphical user interface, for the posting of all the transactions or for any kind of reports. We are going to be using the GUI. Now from today onwards, when the SAP S4 HANA with HANA database, so we are going to be using the Fiori as the front end for all the end user transaction. It is going to be completely based on the role base. Now you can see here. The system is taking some time. You can see what are all the apps which are going to be available. So from that app, we are going to search an app which is going to be calling it as edit option for the general entries app. Okay, in this edit option for the general entries, we can see there is a new line item. Select option allows you to search for this option. Okay, so now what is happening, the selection criteria, they have added the new field which is going to be called as the payment reference. So you mean to say that, okay, so what is SAP is telling? Mean to say that this is the new app which is available only from the 1909? No, it is already available from previous versions also. But what they have done, they have added as a selection criteria option. Now, what is the selection criteria? They have added the new field which is going to be calling it as a payment reference as a new field, where you can search for all the line items related to that particular payment. So like this, when you go here, so it doesn't mean that when I go to the content of the table here, when I go to the content of the table, it doesn't mean that these are all whatever the content we are going to be seeing with the page number, these all are going to be the new enhancements. No, already available. These all the scenarios are available in SAP S4 HANA 1709, 1801. They are available. But as I shown you now, okay, there is a called as a general entry app. Okay, in the general entry app, they have added the new field called as a payment reference. In the same way, all the scenarios are available, but they have done some changes. They have improvement changes, means adding a new field or removing a new field or simplifying the new field, whatever may be. So because of that, those changes, whatever the changes we have done, SAP has done, those changes are going to be included in this particular document, which is going to be called as what's new in SAP S4 HANA 1909. So in 1809, when I go to the general entry, the payment reference field is not available. But the app is available, but the payment reference is not available. But in 1909, you can see that particular field has been added in the payment reference. The payment reference has been added in the general entry. In the same way, like this, when I go to the asset accounting, when you go to the asset accounting, in asset accounting, what they have done the changes. So they have added one baddie, customer specific changes to the line item in the asset document. When posting a document, you can see new business add-on. This is going to be called as a new enhancement. Customer specific changes to the line item level. The new baddie replaces the old baddie. That is nothing but there is a baddie is there. They have replaced the old baddie with a new baddie. That's all. Means it is not a new process. Already existing process is available, but they have simplified in a more simplification way. So you can change the document, for example, by adding the user defined characters to the line item. You can change the type of the document. You can derive the line item schema of the document. You can change the account determination to the line item portion. That's what. Okay, so this particular change has been including of all these fields such as whatever. So this document is very, very important. So I'm going to give you, I'm going to be giving you so all the related. So when you go to this particular document or whatever, so I'm going to give this document. So you can go whenever you get a time or something like that. Okay, so you can go and you can understand what changes have been done between the 1809 and 1909. What changes have been, what are all the simplifications have been done. Actually, SAP has not yet released as of now. There is no simplification list as of now. So we have to wait and see the simplification list, okay, because as only they have released this and what new changes have been available in 1909. Remaining all, okay, we have to wait and see the next release actually. So this is what the changes you can see here. Now, starting guide, you can download this, okay, getting started to the SAP S4 and 1909. And you can see here the product assistance provide you more details about, for example, on the application level, what changes have been done at the application level. Okay, here you can see the simplification item catalog. Okay, I can convert and I can give it a simplification list of SAP S4 HANA. Now, if I click on the simplification, as a financial consultant, anybody, okay, not only the financial consultant, anybody, okay, you can download this simplification because this is very, very important. This is going to be act as a Bible for us. So if any customer, it is not related to your interview related, but whenever it is not related to your certification, but whenever you're attending any interviews, the interviewer is going to ask, what are the drastic changes you have been observed between the 1809 and the 1709 and 1909? So can you tell me something, what simplifications have been done in each and every process level? So this document is going to help you out now. So what new document is completely different? Earlier document, whatever the document I have been shown to you, that is the what are all the new things which have been added, okay, in existing apps or in existing scenario. But this simplification list provides you what are all the simplifications have been done each and every module wise. So if I go to this document, okay, if I come down, you can see all the modules are there. From these modules, what you have to do here, just go to the finance. So from here, okay, go to the finance. Okay, from here, the financial general ledger. Okay, here you can see here all the including of asset accounting, cash management, controlling. Okay, you can see the general ledger accounting, and you can see the trade management. Okay, treasury and risk management, all are going to be okay. So this is going to be give you more idea about what all the changes have been done when you come to the SAP S/4HANA. So when I come to the data model change, this is the data model change. Okay, universal general entry table. What are the universal general entry table? What simplification? Anyhow, we are going to discuss all these things in the coming classes. So I'm just giving you this document. Okay, so I'll download and I'll give it to you so that whenever you get any time, okay, so you can go through the simplification. So just I'm showing it. Okay, desktop. So I'll come to your meeting links. So here I'm going to be attaching. When you see here, assignment and case studies tab is there. Just click on the assignment and case studies. And I'm attaching now. Okay. Okay, so I'm writing here simplification list. Okay, simplification list of 1909. So I'm just copying and pasting. So you can download it. Okay, you can download it. I'm adding that file. Here it is. You can download and you can start reading the simplification. But anyhow, I'm going to discuss all the simplifications, anything in our coming classes. So this is the new. So what WN is nothing but what new of OP is nothing but on-premise 1909. Okay. There is some slides which I'm going today. We are going to discuss about the more important topic, which is going to be called as what are the advantages. So SAP S/4HANA. This is going to be called as SAP S/4HANA. So the most important advantages are going to be called as simplified data model, new user experience, advanced processing, choice of deployment, and multi-tenancy. Very, very important. So I want to understand the differences actually. Okay, one of my client is asking, hey Rahul, okay, okay, so we are working on SAP from last 10 years. So can you please tell me how SAP S/4HANA is going to be preferable to me? So why should I go with the option of SAP S/4HANA? Why should not with my current ECC system? So your answer should be in a very realistic way, so that you have to tell that. So when I go to the SAP S/4HANA, okay, SAP S/4HANA, we call it as the next generation business suite, which is fully built on in-memory database platform. Okay, where you can see the data, where you can see the processing is very, very high comparing with your SAP ECC with any database, and there is the parallelization and the partitioning, and the throughput is going to be the very, very high, and you can see the redundancy of the data, means there will be no duplication. The redundancy of the data is going to be very, very low, and all the things are putting together. You can have the high level of performance, means high level of performance when comparing with your ECC with any database with your SAP S/4HANA database. Apart from that, if I go and choose my SAP S/4HANA database, I have a simplified data model, and what is the new user experience, and what is this advanced processing, choice of deployment, and multi-tenancy. Let me discuss now. Before I come into the SAP S/4HANA. So last class we have done with what is SAP HANA database, and we have done something about what is SAP Business Suite on HANA and everything. Now this is what exactly the changes which have been done in 2011. Now tell me, everybody can somebody can tell me what is a common database approach in SAP S/4HANA? Sorry, what is a common database approach in SAP HANA? I think last class we are discussing in a more detailed way about all these things. These all are very, very important when you are writing the certification, please. All are very, very important. Last class, if you see the last week, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, we have only spent on HANA database only. 2.5 hours we have spent on discussing about the HANA database. So there is a one class which I have taken on a common database approach. What do you mean by common database approach? Anybody?
Database same for OLAP and OLTP.
Very
right?
good, very good. So can you put it in one sentence, sir? What is the common database approach? Yes, you are correct. OLAP and OLTP. What is exactly that?
One database for all business needs, right? In business language.
So now when you call it as the OLAP and OLTP, earlier the decision making support is completely different and the operational database subsystem is completely different. So in one system, I'm going to do all the data processing, and the second system, I'm going to do all kinds of application processing. So now what is happening? This OLTP plus OLTP both are combined in SAP HANA database. So common database approach. Now you can have only one set of data. Now earlier, before you go for combination of OLAP and OLTP, we have three sets of data. One is transactions are going to be one set of data. Second one is analysis are going to be in one set of data. Third one is going to be called as accelerations. We have the BWI. BWI is nothing but we are okay. The A is the acceleration. That is the tool which has been introduced as a part of acceleration to improve the speed of database of BW system. So there are three sets of data: transaction, analysis, and accelerations earlier. Now, when you bring your SAP HANA as a database on the top of your ECC system, whether you can call it as SAP Business Suite or SAP Business Suite on HANA, when you're taking as SAP Business Suite on HANA, now your OLAP plus OLTP both are combined in HANA database. Now what is happening? There is an embedded BW capabilities are going to be done in SAP HANA database. So now you can have the business analytics, embedded business analytics are going to be working in SAP HANA database. So that is what exactly I call it as a common database approach. Combination of both OLAP plus OLTP are going to be together in our SAP HANA. So now today onwards, we are going to have one set of data for both transaction, for both analytics. Clear now? Okay, now what is the radical change which happened in 2000? Okay, so now I'm going to the part of now next version of next one. What happened here is nothing but when I see here, this is what exactly 2011 is the SAP HANA database. In 2012, there is a one more radical change which happened called as SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. What does it mean that? Okay, so now I'm giving the sentence: SAP Business Warehouse BW. Okay, so we can call it warehouse powered by SAP HANA. What does it mean that? Okay, what did you mean by SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA? So earlier, if I go to the back classes, earlier we are going to be using OLTP system and OLAP system. Both are going to be the separated. So this is the OLAP and this is going to be the OLTP. Now, this is my OLTP and this is my OLAP system. Okay. Now, what has happened here? When in 2012, so you can use your Oracle database as it is. So I'm not going to be doing any kind of changes. So earlier you are using the Oracle as a DB, as a database process. Now, what SAP is telling that you can go with SAP HANA database also. What does it mean that now, apart from your normal primary database, so what you can do here is nothing but go a secondary database which is going to be called as your SAP HANA database. So both the databases are stapled to your same application. Okay, so this is your SAP HANA database, and this is what exactly you can call it as a secondary database, and your primary database is going to be as usual. It is going to be the Oracle database only. Now both the databases, what I have done here, both the databases have been stapled to the same application. So the HANA database has been stapled to the same application, and parallelly you can see your Oracle database has been stapled to the same application. So your application is working on SAP ECC. So your application is working on SAP ECC. Now, as on today, okay, about 2 years of data which is available in my Oracle database, 2 years of data which is available in Oracle database. What I have done here, I have transferred, means the same data I have been replicated here also in SAP HANA database. So SAP HANA database, I can call it as the in-memory database. SAP HANA database, I can call it as the in-memory database. Okay. Now, whatever the transactions I'm posting from today onwards, okay, whatever the accounting entries I'm posting, that accounting entry is getting posted. That accounting entry is getting posted in both the databases. Means that accounting entry is getting posted to your normal database, which is going to be called a primary database, and parallelly I can see the same accounting entry is also getting replicated and get posted to your SAP HANA database also. So mean to say that my application has been stapled on two databases. One is SAP HANA database and the normal regular database, which I'm going to be calling it as the Oracle database. So what, okay, so I can call it as a secondary access device. So my SAP HANA is not a primary. So SAP HANA is nothing but my secondary database. Actually, we can call it a secondary database. So you have seen all the performances of how the SAP is going to be working with SAP HANA database.
So you mean to say is whenever you enter a transaction, so that will basically automatically be copied to the SAP HANA database, right?
Exactly.
In addition to the Oracle database. So it's online whenever the user is entering any transaction.
Nothing like that. Okay, very good. That is the online processing where I'm going to be replicating the same accounting transaction to my SAP HANA database also. Okay. Now, I understand about, okay, what is going to be the SAP HANA database? It is going to be called as a powerful tool as an in-memory database. Now you can have the high speed of extracting the database from the SAP HANA database. Why? Because your in-memory database where you are going to be calling it as a RAM. The RAM is very near to the CPU, so you can the throughput is going to be the very, very high, and there is the parallelization and the partitioning, and it is also going to be calling it as a columnar. I'm going to explain all these things. Okay, what is the columnar database and everything. Now, in 2012, what I have done, instead of having a separate BW extractor, instead of having a separate BW extractor as a separate system, so what I want to do here is, so earlier what is happening, earlier before you brought this SAP HANA database, what you had done, okay, so let me remove this, okay. What you have done the ETL process. What is the ETL? Extraction, transformation, and loading the data. Extraction, transformation, and loading the data from your OLTP to OLEP system, and in the OLEP system, I am using the BW accelerators, and I'm developing the report. I'm giving the report to you. Now today onwards, no need to do this kind of ETL process from today onwards. Why? Because I'm bringing your BW system on the top of now in 2012. This is what exactly which happened in the 2012. I'm bringing your BW system on the top like this. You can see on the top of SAP HANA database. Very, very important. So I mean to say that now from today onwards, we don't have a separate BW extractor. Now from today onwards, we don't have the separate BW extractor, and no need to do any kind of ETL process. So I'm bringing the BW process on the top. So this is what exactly you can call it as a BW, Business Information Warehouse. Now this Business Information Warehouse system has been stapled on the top of your SAP HANA database. Now you can see here. So I'm bringing on the SAP HANA database. So what is the advantage? What is the advantage behind that? What is the reason why you're bringing onto the SAP HANA database in nothing but I have two advantages. One is going to be calling it a real-time reporting, and the second one is going to be called as real-time analysis. Very, very important. So earlier, all the real-time reporting and the real-time analytics I'm going to be getting from the OLTP to the OLEP. Now what I'm going to do, no need to do this kind of ETL process. Now all the data is going to be replicated from. So mean to say that all the data is getting reprocessed from the SAP HANA to the BW process in a real-time process. No need to do this kind of ETL. So what is the advantages? I'm going to be getting two advantages. One is going to be called as real-time reporting. Very well. This is certification question. Real-time reporting, and the second one is going to be called as real-time analysis. Very, very important. So this is the new innovation, means I'm bringing my DB database, that is nothing but SAP HANA database. So I'm bringing the new database and stapling to my SAP ECC, and at the same time I'm going to be using my OLEP system, that is your BW system, on the top of your SAP HANA database. So now what is happening? The data between the BW system and SAP HANA system will be processed as a real-time processing. Now, no need to do this kind of extraction, transformation, and loading the data. So you can have all these BW capabilities within the SAP HANA database, so that now from today onwards, I'm going to be having the two major advantages. One is called as a real-time reporting and the real-time analysis. So this innovation has been done in 2012 by the SAP. You can see here in the 2012. So the real-time analysis and the real-time reporting. So now what I'm going to be giving the name. Now earlier your BW system is on with other database. Now what I'm going to do, I'm bringing your BW application on the top of your SAP HANA database. So now this system is called as SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. Just like SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. So where your business suite is on SAP HANA database. Now your business warehouse system is on SAP HANA database. So this radical change has been happened in 2012. Now from today onwards, real-time reporting and the real-time analysis. Now what the SAP has done, instead of, okay, this is as a temporary solution, this is as a temporary solution where you're going to be have the real-time reporting and the real-time analysis. Anyhow, you have to do all the BW capabilities, everything. So why can't you do all this instead of replicating the data from the SAP HANA, instead of doing the real-time replicating the data from the BW to HANA, HANA to BW, why can't you bring all these BW capabilities within the SAP HANA database? Why can't you do this? So mean to say that now, instead of having a BW on the top of your HANA, so what I'm going to do now from today onwards, I'm bringing all the BW capabilities, within the SAP HANA database. So mean to say that this structure has been ended only up to 2012 like this. This structure has been ended only up to 2012. Why? Because now whatever the BW capabilities you are going to be using as a BW system, now I'm bringing all these BW capabilities within my HANA capability system. So that now from today onwards, your real-time reporting and the real-time analysis is going to be extracted from the directly from the SAP HANA database. No need to have a separate BW extracted. Only one single BW extract is enough. No need to have a multiple BW extractors from today onwards. That is the beauty of the SAP. Now you can have all the BW capabilities within the SAP HANA database. So what is happening here? So now I'm going to have all the inbuilt, means I'm going to have all the analytical reports. What type of analytical reports? Means if I want to have the comparison of the data, customer comparison of the data or vendor comparison of the data from the previous year to the current year. So whatever the comparison, whatever the analytical reports you want. So now from 2012 or 2013-14, now you can extract all the reports from the SAP HANA database. No need to have a separate BW extractor. That is the innovations which I have been made it as a SAP HANA database, where you have the inbuilt capabilities of BW within the SAP HANA database. Now this database is completely structured. Now what I want to do here, now can I go and can I do the DB migration from the Oracle database, and can I use this SAP database as a primary database? Yes, this is what exactly I can call it as now SAP Business Suite on HANA with inbuilt capabilities of BW. Clear? All of you know? So 2013, customers have started moving from the Oracle database to SAP HANA database. Why? Because it is not only bringing the inbuilt capabilities of BW, it is also being using has a very high throughput with analytical reporting also. With high throughput, within a fraction of seconds, with a high speed, the data is going to be executed within the HANA database. So now whatever the reports earlier I'm extracting from the BW as analytical reports, now I can directly get from my SAP HANA database. So this structure is going to be called it as SAP Business Suite on HANA. Very, 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 very important. See the differences. So 2011, SAP HANA database has been introduced. 2012, SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. And 2013, what we have done, SAP Business Suite on HANA, mean to say that now you have been migrated your database from the Oracle to the SAP HANA database. So what is the advantages? Now you can have the real-time business. And you can see the both OLAP plus OLTP getting together now, because all the analytical reports, now you have all the BW capabilities, and the SAP HANA Enterprise Cloud for the Business Suite on HANA is going to be introduced. Now you can have all the database approaches within the SAP HANA, where we are going to be having different types of advantages. If I go and use my SAP HANA database, your SAP HANA database is not only used for database services. The SAP HANA database is used for integration services, processing services, and the application services. So what are the three advantages? So I'm writing here. What are the three benefits you are going to be getting if you are using SAP HANA database? The first advantage is going to be called as your database is not only used for the database services, apart from the application services, second one is going to be calling it as integrated services. Oh, yeah. So I'll write it in the next one. All the certification questions. You will also get this information in the certification material also. I'll show that. Okay, integrated. And third, but not the least, processing services. So apart from this, what is the fourth advantage? The fourth advantage, as a normal database services. So these are the 4 benefits I'm going to be getting if I use my SAP HANA database. So application services, now you can have all kinds of database approaches from the application point of view. Integrated services with integrated processing services with other ERP systems, and processing servicing of the database from the processing of the reporting, and apart from that, normal database services you're going to be getting. So these innovations, when I say this kind of innovations which has come out in 2013, so I'm going to be using my SAP Business Suite, which is completely built on my SAP HANA. So mean to say that, Mr. Rahul, okay, so SAP has started its simplifications in 2013? No. Only we have replaced the database from the Oracle database to SAP HANA database. Mean to say that I have not done any kind of changes at the table level. Your tables are going to be the same. Earlier, whatever the index and aggregate tables you are going to be working, the same data structure also available in SAP HANA. I have not done any kind of simplification. Simplifications are nothing but I have not done any kind of data processing as of now. So in 2014, when I came out with SAP Simple Finance powered by SAP HANA, Simple Finance is nothing but which is going to be called as an add-on. So from 2014 onwards, I started doing the simplifications. Simplifications is nothing but now what is happening? Now only one table. I simplified all the database tables, and I removed all the index and aggregate tables, and I brought a new table which is going to be calling it as a universal general entry table. Means earlier for the general ledger accounting you have a different sets of tables. For asset accounting you have a different sets of tables. For controlling, for material ledger, and for the COPA. So now what is happening, whatever the postings you are making, whether it is a general ledger or asset accounting or material ledger, whatever. So now there will be only one table is going to be triggered. No need to have a different tables. Only one table is going to be triggered for all the universal general entry posting. That is going to be calling it as a single source of truth. Now I'll take you to the single source of truth. What is the single source of truth? Here you can see the difference here. Okay. Here you can see the difference. So earlier, this is the previous diagram. What is happening? So this is the balance sheet accounts. This is the balance sheet. Your asset accounting and the material ledgers are going to be treated as the balance sheet, and your P&L accounts are nothing but your controlling and the profitability analysis. Now what is happening here? Whatever the transactions I am making in asset accounting, let us assume that when I am acquiring an asset from the vendor, so I see there are different tables are going to be triggered, like header tables and the line item tables. When I do any controlling documents, I see there are various tables are going to be updated. Now, what is happening? Finally, everything has to be get reconciled to my general ledger accounting. Why? Because GL accounting is the central tenet of total accounting system, where all the reports are going to be executed from the general ledger accounting. So whatever the financial transactions you're posting in various other sub ledgers are automatically getting reconciled. You can see there is a reconciliation is going to be happening, and I can see that, okay, so I can see all the data is going to be reconciled to your general ledger accounting. So this is what exactly I'm working earlier in our SAP ECC. Now what the SAP has done, so remove this complete architecture from today onwards. No need to do this kind of architecture. Yes, I understand that. Now, no need to have these reconciliations. No need to have a subset set of tables. So what I'm going to do here, I'm bringing only one table from today onwards. Only one table from today onwards. What is the table? That table is going to be calling it as a universal general entry table. Now, if you're posting any asset related transaction, that asset related transactions will go into that particular table called as universal general entry table. Whatever the actuals you're posting to the material ledger, now it will go to the universal general entry table. The controlling, it will go to the universal general entry table. In the same way, profitability, analytic posting, that will go to the universal general entry table. And the GL, it will go to the universal general entry table. Mean to say that now I have eliminated all data. Means I have removed all kinds of index and aggregate tables. Now I'm bringing only one table for you. For all the transactions are getting updated for a single database with a one table. Now you can have one table for all the reporting purpose. That is going to be called as simplification. Okay, so to go into the more details, see here. To go into the more details, this is the screen I'm going to be bringing. So what is telling here? See, this is what exactly. Now, your general ledger postings will go into the same table. Your COPA postings will go into the same table. And your controlling postings will go into the same table. Asset accounting and the metal ledger postings will go into the same table now. What does it mean? That now I'm bringing a single source of truth. Means I'm bringing only one table. One table is nothing but single source. Now from this table, whatever the report, whatever the data you want to extract, whether it is a vendor related or customer related or asset related or GL related, now you can only use one table for all types of data for the.
What about payables and receivables?
Payables and receivables are not included. Only the vendor account and the customer accounts you can see in this particular line item, not the payables and receivables. Payables and receivables are going to be updated in the same BSEC table. BSEC table still it is updated, so it is not removed. So it is updated in the same table. So so you can see here there is no payables and there is no receivable data here. I'll go to the transaction called SE16 or I'll go to the SE11. So this is not a practical, this is just to make you to understand and just log into the system. I'm not started any practical. This is only for making you to understand what is the universal general entry table. That's all. Okay. Now I'm pressing enter. So I'm taking the database table called as ACDOCA table. What is this ACDOCA table? ACDOCA table is nothing but accounting. AC is nothing but accounting. DOC is nothing but document. Actual. A stands for actual. Mean to say that there are different types of data are available in SAP. Actual data, planned data, commitment data, target data. There are different types of data are going to be posted in different tables. But if you see this particular table, which is called as a single source of truth, the table name we call it as the universal general entry table. This table will only store the actuals. No, you cannot have any planned data in this particular table. Only the whatever the actuals you're posting, only that data is available in this ACDOCA table from today. Okay, so now I'm bringing this table. Now, if I click on the display, now you can see this is what exactly I call it as a universal general entry table for the line item. So, Mahesh, earlier also there is the one table called as BSEC table. BSEC table is also called as the line item table. Earlier also we have the table. You mean to say that the table is no more available in SAP S4HANA? BSEC. BSEC is nothing but a line item level table. We call it as a line item level table. Okay, we call it as the line item level table. So I'm writing here BSEC. BSEC. This is also a line item level table. So you mean to say that, so this line item table is no more available in the general ledger accounting? No, this table is also live in SAP S4HANA. Why it is live in SAP S4HANA? We are going to discuss in the coming classes. I'll tell you. So first let me discuss on the ACDOCA table and then we'll go for the BSEC table. So you can see this is the ACDOCA table. This is now all the tables in SAP S4HANA. All the tables, whatever the tables which are available in SAP S4HANA, we call them as a transparent table. We call them as a transparent table. Now I'll go to the SAP ECC now. I'll go to the SAP ECC. This is the SAP ECC, not SAP S4HANA. I'll go to the same SE16, sorry, SE11. Now here, if I give the ACDOCA table, ACDOCA table, we can call it as ACDOCA table. Okay. Now see here, if I click on this display, so system is telling that ACDOCA table does not exist. Check the name. Means it is not available in the ECC, but it has been enhanced in the SAP S4HANA. So what is the line item table? Line items are nothing but whenever you're debiting and crediting. See, for example, I want to make a rent payment, rent expenses account debit to my cash or account credit. So what is happening? If I see any document, if I see any transaction, there should be minimum 2 line items. One is called as the debit line item, another one is the credit line item. So line items are talking about when I see a document will contain 2 line items or more than 2 line items. So debit and credits are going to be calling it as the line items. Actually, in SAP terminology, we call them as a debit line item, which is called as a rent expenses. Credit line item, we call it as a cash or bank account. Okay, so We don't have this particular table. So earlier we are going to be using the basic. Basic is the GL line item level table. We can call it as the GL line item table. So this is in my SAP ECC. Now, when I click on the display, see here, this is going to be calling it as the accounting document segment, which is going to be available. And you can see all the technical settings are updated. You can see this, the table is going to be stored in the columnar storage. You can see all the properties. Okay, this table is there in SAP ECC. Now the same table, when I look into the SAP S4HANA, when I come to the SAP S4HANA, when I go back, yes, if I go to the SC11, if I give the same table here, basic, yes, this table is also available. You can see it. This table is going to be available in the same data structure without any changes. What, Mahesh, tell me only one thing. Why should we need two different line item tables? Because AC DOCA, anyhow, you're talking it as a universal general entry table. It contains all the information about all the transactions like GL, asset accounting, controlling, metal ledger, everything. But why should we need one more line item level table? Why the SAP has not removed this line item table basic as it is only? What is the purpose of this? Yes. The first important thing is for aggregation purpose. Okay, the second most important thing is nothing but all the open items, vendor level, all the open items like vendor open items and the customer open, because in AC DOCA table I cannot see the vendor and the customer open items, because these customer open items are going to be stored in the table which is going to be calling it as a basic table. Very, very important. So this is the certification. So today onwards, we have two line item tables. One is going to be calling it as the ACDOCA table. Another line item level table, we are going to be calling it the BSEC table. BSEC table is only used for the aggregation and for the open item management. What is that aggregation? What is the open item? Yes, we'll discuss. We'll discuss more into the detailed way. So this table is much more available. So when I go back,
so Rahul, again I got a little bit confused. So so when you basically post any, let us say, customer invoice, so that will definitely have an accounting entry, right? So when you post an accounting entry into the GL for AR customer transaction, so you mean to say, will that go to the basic or is it DOCA?
It will go to the basic and AC DOCA. I'll tell you what is the reason here. Okay, why? Because in the basic means all the open item managements are maintained in the basic, not in the AC. For example, I'll clear it out like this. See, okay, thanks for asking this question. See, for example, now I'll go to like for example, I'll go to SC16. I'll go to one SC16. I like that. I'll go to FB03 instead of going SC16. I'll go to FB03. I'll give one company code. In that I want to filter something. If the system is not having the data, I will log into another system. For example, KR. Okay, see here. So KR is nothing but vendor invoice. KR is nothing but vendor invoice. You can see here, KR is nothing but vendor invoice. Now I'll select this document. I'll select this document number. I will open a new session now. Okay, I'll go to AC16. I'll give the ACDOCA table, a DOCA table. Okay, just let me filter it with the user parameters by field label. So I'll give the same document here. I will give the same document here. Okay, see, very, very important. Okay, now what is happening here? Parallelly, I am also opening a new session. I'll give the same AC16. Here I'll give the basic table. Okay, here I'm going to be giving the basic table. Same, the document number I'm giving here. Same document number, sir. If you see the document number 1101 and the same document number I'm giving the basic table. What is the company code? The company code is HAN1. HAN1, I'm giving the same company code here also, same company code. can you, sir, can you tell me what the differences you are seeing in the both the tables here? When I see here, what the differences you are seeing here? This is the AC DOCA table.
Fields, yeah, many fields are added.
Okay, many fields are added. Example, can I take this field, ledger field?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ledger field is available in which table, sir? AC DOCA table. When I come to the BSEC, this BSEC table, the ledger field is no more available. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, now see here. So please keep on this. Now I'll go to the main. Okay, so very, very important now. So for every document, sir, for every document in SAP, there are two views are there. One is going to be calling it as entry view. Another one is going to be calling it as a general ledger view. One is going to be calling it as ENTRY, entry view. And the second one is going to be calling it as a GL view. GL view is nothing but general ledger view. What is this difference between the entry view and what is the difference between the GL view? Okay, right. Now, all the entry level views are getting posted to the BSEC table. So please, all of you, please remember very carefully. This information you will not get any in the Google or any material. I'm telling you. Frankly speaking, only the real-time consultants who are really worked on this data structure level, they can give the clear understanding about all these things. Okay, see here. Entry, every document you take, every document, okay? Every document you take, okay? Every document you take, okay? So if I go to the SAP, 101 document number, okay? 101 document number, see here. This is called as entry view. Okay, now I'm seeing the document number. You can see this is the document number. This entry view, this is called as entry view. In the entry view, you have credited the vendor, means invoice. Vendor is sending an invoice, means you have credited the vendor and you have debited you have debited your material account, whatever it is. Okay, so you can see here. Minus symbol is nothing but credit, and without minus symbol is nothing but a debit. I hope all the people in the class, all the students, all my friends in the class knows what is the debit and credit. If I'm not wrong. Anybody doesn't know what is the debit and credit? Okay, very good. At least, okay, everybody knows what is the debit and credit. Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, okay. Now you can see this is the vendor has been credited and the GL account has got debited, credited and the debited. You can see the vendor account has got credited and the GL account has got debited. Oh, okay, very good. Now this is called as entry view. Entry view is nothing but when it is going to be saved in which table? It is going to be saved in the BSEC table. And general ledger view. Now, when I'm shifting from the entry view to the general ledger view, when I'm clicking on the general ledger view, now this is the general ledger view. Now, the entry has been shifted from the entry view to the general ledger view. Now, you can see that in the general ledger view, I can see the ledger. But in the entry view, if I click on the entry view, I cannot see the ledger. I can only see the vendor account and the expense account. But if I click on here, I can see the ledger. And here, the same vendor earlier who has been credited, the same vendor, now I'm able to see as a sundry creditors. And the GL account will remain as it is only. There is no change in the GL account because see here it is a vendor. If I'm changing to it is going to be calling it as a sundry creditors account. This is the general ledger view. This general ledger view data this general ledger view data is going to be stored in which table? ACDOCA table. Very, very important. So entry view in the BSEC table and the general ledger view. Now I'll come to the SAP now. Okay. This is my GL. This is called as a GL. And within the SAP FI, we have the GL and we have the called as AR, AP, and we have called the AR. AR. AP is related to the vendor and AR related to the customer. Now the vendor has sent a material, now he's sending an invoice to me. When the vendor is sending an invoice, your subledger, which is going to be calling it as AP, is getting updated. When you are sending an invoice to a customer, AR is getting updated. But the GL is when the GL is getting updated, I'll tell you. Now, my accounting clerk, one of my accounting clerk is posting on invoice in SAP. So what is that? Okay, he is creating the vendor account. Mr. John is nothing but our vendor, John. What is the vendor account number? Example 1, 2, 3. This is the vendor account number. John is getting created, and my expenses account, my GL expenses account number is, my expenses account number is 567. Okay, this is getting debited. Okay, John is getting created and the expenses account is getting, GL expenses account is getting debited. This is the accounting entry my accounting clerk has posted, okay, for invoice. Now, when I open this document in the entry view, when I open this document in entry view, I can see the same. 1, 2, 3 is getting created, which is called as a John, and my GL expenses account is 567 is getting debited. This is entry view. You can see in the accounts payable. But there should be some reconciliation should be done. Why? Because this is the financial transaction. I would like to see the data has to be get reconciled to my general ledger accounting here. I would like to see the reconciliation like this. GL to the AP, GL to the AR. A reconciliation. This is called as a reconciliation. Means what is happening? This is the financial transaction. This financial transaction has to be reconciled, and I would like to see these financial transactions in my general ledger. Why? Because the general ledger is the central tenet of total accounting system for the preparation of P&L account and balance sheet. If no financial transactions are getting reconciled to my general ledger, I cannot prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. Now this is the financial transaction. How I should reconcile here? Because this is a John is a vendor account. It is not a GL account. John is a vendor account. Like we have vendor, customer, assets, and balance. So we have the GL, we have the vendor, we have the customer, we have the asset, we have the material. These all are going to be calling it as a master data actually. No, the John account is not a GL account. John account is a vendor account. I cannot show the John here in the GL because GL will never show the vendor, customer, assets, and everything. Now, but whatever the amount you are debited to the John, that is $100 you are talking, $100 This $100 you created to the John had to show here. So what I'm going to do, there is a one reconciliation account is there. Reconciliation account. What I'm going to do when I'm creating a John master record, when I'm creating a master record for the John, okay? So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to this. So when I go to the /n xd03 example, I'll take a one customer. Any customer I'll take, okay? Don't worry, okay? Any customer, but for you to explain only all these things, okay? I'll take a one customer from the 3 line. I'm taking one customer. The customer name is Arrow Corporations, John. Arrow Corporation, the customer name is John. What is the customer number? 4259 is the customer number. Okay, 4259. 4259 is the customer number. So whenever I'm debiting and creating this customer number, okay, so when I go to the customer account, there is a company code data is there. The customer name is John. So in the company code, this is what exactly my reconciliation account, 144003. It is a reconciliation account actually. What is happening? 144003. Okay, this reconciliation account has been assigned in the John master record. So whenever you do any transactions to the John account in the accounts payable, so what is happening when there is a reconciliation is going to be happen between the AP to GL? I see the same transaction like this. Okay, instead of John 123. Now what is happening? This reconciliation account, whichever the reconciliation account I have assigned, this reconciliation account is getting created, same, which is getting created with same $100. And anyhow, this expenses account is the my GL account only. Okay, no doubt. Expenses account is getting debited with the same $100. So now see the difference here. Now you can see the difference, my dear friends. Now you can see the difference. Okay, now in the entry view, you can see John account is getting created. Account number is 123. But the same accounting entry, if I replicate it into my GL, if it is reconciled to my GL, instead of John, I'm seeing 144003 account is getting created, and the same expenses account 567 is getting created over here. So this is going to be called as entry view. Entry view. And this is what exactly I call it as a GL view. This is called as my GL view. So the same transaction I can see in the GL, but the vendor account is not, the vendor account is 123 as entry view, but the same vendor account I reconciled with 14433, which is going to be called a GL account here. Now GL account is getting created and the GL account is getting debited. I can see that accounting entry. Now what is happening? This is called as the GL view. The GL view you can see in the table called as AC DOCA, ACDOCA table, and the entry view, whatever the entry view documents are there, this entry view documents you can see in the BSEC table, BSEC table. So BSEC table is still live in our SAP S4HANA for all the open items. Open item means it is an invoice now. Invoice is nothing but an open item. You have to make the payment of $100 to the vendor. It is an open item. It's a customer open item or vendor open item, whatever may be the open item. All the open items are maintained in the BSEC table, that is the entry view table, and all the GL line item tables are maintained in the AC DOCA table. So this is what exactly, when I go and switch on to the company code to company code. See here, this is the entry view, a vendor account. Vendor account number is 2. If I shift to the vendor account to the GL accounting, now the vendor account is become, this is the sundry debtors account, sundry creditors account. You can see here, this is the view. So this is going to be updated to the ledger OL, which is called as the leading ledger, and the entry view will never update to the ledgers. Entry view, no ledgers. Entry view will never update to the ledgers. Okay. Entry view will never update, but the GL view will be getting updated to the ledgers. Whether it is a leading ledger or non-leading ledger, I'll explain you the concept. So when I go to the table level, I can see, if I go to the table level, I have the ledger, but the same thing, when I go to the /NSE16, when I go to SE16, if I give the BSEC table, now there is no ledger. You can see directly, I can see the company code and I can see the document number. I can see the fiscal year, everything. So all the open items are maintained in the BSEC table and all the line items are maintained in the general ledger view. Okay. Now you can see here, same document, 2019. I'm executing. See, document number, there are 2 line items are there, vendor account and the created account, so 31 and 70. Okay. Now I'll give the ledger, same document number, fiscal year, that is financial year 2019. If I'm executing, see both the line items are, but this is getting updated to the ledger. This is updating. AC DOCA table will always get updated to the ledger. With the BSEC table, there is no ledger. You cannot see the ledger over here. Why? Because this is the entry view. This is the general ledger view.
See, in ECC6, we have FAGL Flexa table, right?
Yeah.
It's still in SAP HANA?
Total tables are completely eliminated. Okay, total and aggregate tables are complete. That's what I'm coming, sir. One by one, I'm coming. Okay.
Okay.
I'll come to the Flagel Flexa, Flagel Flexty tables are also there.
Okay.
Flagel Flexty. Flagel Flexa is nothing but actuals. Flagel Flexty is nothing but total tables.
Total. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll complete. Don't worry, sir. I'm coming one by. I'm not going to skip any topic, sir. Please. Even if you are asking me to skip, I'll not skip. Okay, FAGL FLEXT. This is the table. No, sir, you're asking. Okay, so if I go to the now you can see it is no more available. So it is moved as a DDL SQL Flagel Flexi, which is going to be now the total records are total tables are no more available in SAP S4HANA. Now, if I go to Flagel Flexa actuals, these are going to be called as actuals. These tables is going to be available in SAP S4HANA.
So yes, whenever a new accounting entry is happening, so first it goes into the entry view, My question is, does it simultaneously go immediately also into the GL, or the GL happens later when a badge,
simultaneously, sir? No, sir. Simultaneously, it is not going to be happen in the front end or in the background automatically. Whenever I am posting any GL posting or vendor posting or customer posting, whatever the actuals you are getting posted, it is getting updated in the both the tables.
Okay. So, okay, together. Okay, thank you.
Together. Why? Because see, so what is happening if it is not getting updated in one table, it is getting updated in another table, means I cannot have the proper accurate report what I'm going to be looking out for, sir.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So this is what exactly the simplification. What I have done the simplification. The simplification is nothing but when I see this PPT slide here, this is what the simplification I have done here. So now all the GL postings are getting updated to the AC Docker table, and all the COPA postings, account-based COPA posting, controlling, asset accounting, and the middle ledger. And what happened to now? One of our friend is asking what happened to that accounts payable and account receivable, that is customer and vendor accounts. Customer and vendor accounts I can see in the AC Docker table, but not the open item. Open item clearings are maintained with the BSEC table. That is what the last 1 hour explanation what I have done focusly on the BSEC and the AC Docker table. Now, what I will do here, I'll go to the table now, AC Docker. Okay, I'll go to the AC Docker table. Same document.
So again, AC Docker is not used for the FSCM transaction like cash clearing and everything.
No, sir, because the separate tables are there for the cash management and for the BPC, for the treasury, and for everything.
Okay.
Yeah. See here. Okay. Now see here. I know this is the line item number table for the vendor. Now I'm executing. Okay. It is not there. What is it? DV2. Oh, company code. Sorry. Company code I have given it as now. Company code is. What is the company code I have taken, sir? Anybody has any clue? Which company code I have taken? I think HAN1. HAN1, I think, yeah. Now see here. Okay. Now, if I select the line item number 1, okay. What is the line item number 1? Line item number 1 here is, okay. Yeah. Okay. If I go to FB03, FB03, if I go to the table, if I go to the transaction, so what is the line item number 1? Vendor accounts, and the line item 2 is going to be called as my GL account 70 and debit. Okay, so it's asset accounting, but I'll tell you further. Okay, now these are the 2 line items. One is the debit line item in AC Docker table. AC Docker table is going to be completely called as the line item level table, which is getting updated to the field called as RLDNR. RLDNR is nothing but ledger. BSEC table will never update to the RLDNR. RLDNR is nothing but the field name of the ledger. Now I'll select the first line item, which is called as the vendor line item, which is going to be called as the vendor line item. Now I'm going to be clicking on choose. Okay. Here you can see the total information. Now this is the header information, all these things. And here you can see the line item level information. Now you can see all the fields are getting updated. All the fields are getting updated. So currency, amount, everything. See multiple. This is the document account number. Okay, you can see this account. This is the account number. You can see this is the account number. See, account number is 111. Okay, that is the sundry creditors account. You can see the account number is 111. Okay, so what is the amount you have posted? That is the 1 lakh. Okay, 1 lakh. Okay, you can see here amount is getting posted. So I'll tell you what are all the fields, what are the remaining. Okay, we are coming step by step. Okay, so if I come here, just click on done. Okay, which account has got created, which period, everything, all the information. Okay, this username, everything I can see here. And if I come here, you can also see the purchase account document. If it has come through the purchase order or the sales order, I can also see the sales order different information. And what is the vendor account? Here, this is what the beauty of the SAP. It is not only making you to understand the sundry creditors account, but if I go into the entry view, here I have the account number called as a 2, which is going to be called as the vendor account. You can see the vendor account is also getting this. AC Docker table. It contains all the information of all the tables of information in one table. All the financial accounting information is going to be stored. Now, whether you want the customer data or vendor data, you want the asset data or whatever the data you want, instead of looking for the multiple tables earlier for extracting the report, now I can use only one single table for all types of data where I can filter and I can give the reports to my manager or my general manager who is asking. So that is how the universal general entry table is going to be working, where we are going to be calling it as universal general entry. This is what exactly the simplification I have done. What the simplification you have done? No need to have a separate tables from today onwards. I simplified all the tables into one table, which is called as universal journal entry table. This is called as a single source of truth from today. Earlier we have the multiple source of truth. If I want the CO, I want to go to the CO tables. If I want the asset accounting data, I want to go to the asset accounting table, like that. Now from today onwards, no need to go for any table, only one table which will give all types of information. So that is what exactly the SAP is telling me that, okay, if I go to the table, if I go to the screen.
Agdoka, we say GL view, and in BSEC we say entry view, right?
Exactly.
So what is that 2 and 111? 111 is that all field you showed is from the Agdoka table, right?
All the field, but the open item management, see, that is what exactly people, okay, so what I told here, ledger, I'm using the concept called as a ledger. So when I see the ledger data of all the fields are getting updated in the AC Docker table. Without the entry view table, which doesn't contain the data, I can see from the BSEC table.
So what is 2 and what is 111? Which account number was that?
2 is the vendor accounts and 111 is nothing but your recon accounts.
Okay.
This is what.
So it is showing entry view details also, you mean to say?
But clearings are going to be done through the BSEC table, not by the entry view table. Sorry, not by the Agdoka table. Clearings, the SAP, whenever you're doing any clearing, no madam, whenever you're making the payment of this particular vendor invoice, so it will go and look out for the BSEC table, not for the AC Docker table. Why? Because the vendor account details I will get only from the BSEC, not from the GL.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the new data structure introduced in SAP S/4HANA Finance for the faster processing and real-time reporting? And your options are Universal General, Classic Ledger, Profit Center Accounting, Cost Center Accounting. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section below. Hello there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this training, you will master the art of managing finances efficiently with SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809. It's like having a powerful toolkit for handling all your financial needs from budgeting to reporting. Our course covers everything from the basics to advanced techniques designed by industry experts. Your instructors are seasoned pros with the years of experience in the field. They are here to make sure you understand everything and can answer any question you might have. But don't just take our words for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part is it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become SAP S/4HANA Finance 1809 Viz? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
I'm continuously going on with the new innovations, what the new innovations have been included in the 1909 on-premise release. So I've been identified one very important thing in that configuration part while doing. So this is going to be called as the generating configuration information. This is the new enhancement which has been brought in SAP S/4HANA 1909. See, normally when you go to what do you say in SAP while you are implementing SAP S/4HANA or something, like we'll use the SAP best practices. We will, okay, so as per the SAP best practices, we'll go for the SAP S/4HANA implementation, and so we will go for the building blocks, and those building blocks, okay, what are the scopes items, the building blocks. So we'll go with the building blocks as per the process, and we'll implement the building blocks, and we'll go for the implementation. So that is what exactly we'll do with the solution manager. Now I'm sharing my desktop. Now in SAP S/4HANA, they have been brought a new one. Okay, so I'm just sharing my desktop to all of you. So what they are introduced here is nothing but generating configuration information actually. So earlier we are using the SAP building blocks as per the SAP best practices. So you know what are the best practices? So SAP S4HANA best practices. So we have to go for SAP S4HANA implementation as per the SAP best practices. If it is not, we will go for the customization. So here, as of the release of 1909, configuration guides will be depreciated in the SAP best practices. So we know that, okay? It is depreciated in SAP best practices for the SAP S4HANA package. Instead, you can generate. Now, what is happening? You can generate the configuration information. Now, earlier, whatever the configuration information, we'll go and we'll use from the SAP best practices. Now, what the SAP is telling that instead, you can generate the configuration information in the system for each level in the configuration hierarchy. Now they're going to be creating the configuration hierarchy. This is the configuration hierarchy screen. That is for each activities, folders, building blocks, scope items, or for the whole solution. As the report generates a document containing the information about the selected entity with its customizing objects and the subject, transaction codes and the pass in the IMG. So whatever you want, okay? So now whatever the configuration, so that is what exactly it is telling now. So now instead of using the SAP best practices, so you can generate the configuration information in the system, but each level of configuration. So there is a transaction code here. So they have given you a new transaction code. You can access this configuration report. Okay, you can see the report. What are all the configurations we have done via solution builder? Okay, so you can use this transaction code and you can view all types of information, that is include the transaction code, include the IMG path, show all the IMG path, showing all the IMG documentation, show the header information. So what information you want, you can get it to the one screen from today onwards. So that is the beauty of the SAP now. So this is what one of the new enhancements. So yesterday I'm going through this, so I thought of sharing with this all of you so that it will be helpful. So now you can access the configuration report, whatever the configurations we have done via solution builder, building blocks builder for the selected configuration layer, or via transaction code. In this case, you can manually select the solution ID, scope ID, or the building ID for which you would like to generate the configuration documents. Here you can see here all the things: the solution ID, scope ID, and the building block ID. So options for the manual input not given from the building blocks builder. So now you can directly access. So that is so. This is so. Let me. Okay, this is not available because the system is not available with us. The SAP S4HANA 1909 because this is the new system. But anyway, we are trying to bring out, okay, because it will take more 20 to 25 days. Why? Because this is the new system.
Is there any guide? So a guide or any report which can be generated from SAP, so which will tell us after the configurations are done. So saying that suppose let us say so you are configuring the GL, APR, AR. So then basically it will tell you. So these are all the configuration you have done. Still you are left with these configuration which are mandatory, without which the system will not run. Is there any kind of a report or something, a kind of a
no, actually, Vida. So you are asking about the report. Okay, so what are all the configurations we have done? What are all the missing configurations which are going to be? That's what?
Yeah, kind of a diagnostic report saying that
so,
after the configurations are done.
I understand that. Now you can go here. So that is not available in SAP ERP, that is in ECC, but I can show in the SAP S4HANA. Now in SAP S4HANA, if you go to SPRO, there is a consistency check. Actual reports are going to be called as consistency check. If I go to the financial accounting, okay, financial accounting. So whatever the global settings we have done, okay, now you can see here the ledger. In the ledger, this is what exactly. So this is, I'm talking only from the general ledger point of view. Okay. So next we'll see for asset accounting and everything else. Okay. Now, if you see here, whatever the configurations we have done about the ledgers and the general ledgers and everything, I want to check out the consistency check of the general ledger setting. The report is very, very informative here. It is like in this activity, the customizing settings for the ledgers are checked. This check must run without errors before you continue. For example, with the migration of the transaction data or any other activity. So here, if I execute this report, it will give all the information. See, mean to say that now you can see there are a lot of errors are there. These errors, what is the errors? The information has been provided, the conversion settings of the 30 are missing for the company code 1719. So I mean to say that until or unless if these errors are not going to be resolved, so your configuration is not done as a part of SAP standard best practice. I mean to say that your configuration is not clean because everything is the remaining, everything is going to be low. You are not set the indicator parallel accounting for the GL accounting. Okay, so you are not set. Means this all the configuration looks fine, but what happened to this? These are going to be the mistakes. So you have to complete this configuration, mean to say that these are the sum of the errors. Until or unless if these errors are not going to be resolved, you cannot go further. This is one report actually. Okay. Second report, if I go to something like, okay, whichever the report you can go, okay, second report, okay, so if I come to here, there is going to be called as conversion of accounting and the global shipping. Here, if I come to the preparation, this is for the general ledger. Just now we have checked for the general ledger. That's a consistency check for the general ledger setting. Next for, okay, asset accounting. If you check for the asset accounting, here there is a asset accounting report like this for every here, okay, for every adjustment parameters for the chart. What is the migration? Display the log. If any errors are there in the log, okay, no log was found in the database, means all the settings are correct. So like this, we have this kind of setting consistency check for each and every component wise, but there is no such a report which will give something like whether we have done this configuration properly or not, whether this configuration is missing or not. So there is no such a report. I can show from the company code perspective also. Here, there is one thing. What are all the assignments you have done to the company code? I can show from the company code. If I see here, enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting. If I come to the company code, now, if I want to check the company code, for example, if I want to see the structure of the company code, if I click on the structure of the company code, navigation object. So here I can see like that. Okay. So what are all the company codes are available? Okay. So if I double click on one company code, it will take you to the navigation path. Okay. And I can see what are all the settings I have done. See here for 1710 company code, which company have been assigned, what is the controlling area, what is the credit controlling, how many plans you have been assigned. You can see the number of plans which have been assigned to the same plan company code. Like this, I can show the report here. Like, okay, so but let me also check, because see, I see everything is possible in SAP. The world is going to be very small. Okay, so SAP has told that the world is very small, so we are going to fit all the options in SAP. But let me also go through some of the blogs and some of the information where I can give some more information, whether there is any report. Maybe I may not be known about that particular report. Okay, so to be very frank, definitely just wait for 2 to 3 days. Definitely I'll inquire with my colleagues or somebody. If not, I will raise an SAP note. So let me get a reply from SAP so that I can share that information to you. See, as you know that nobody is expertise in SAP as of now. We cannot tell that I am expertise in SAP. You are expertise in SAP means you are going to be giving all the types of solutions just like a solution architect. So no one in SAP world is expertise in all in particular areas. Like for example, if I take a GL, AR, AP, asset accounting, I can tell that I am an SME. SME is nothing but subject matter expert. Okay, that level I can fulfill. But if I go and talk something about the SAP for all the modules, no one knows anything about the SAP till now. I think you believe or not.
So the only thing is, the only thing is basically from a finance perspective or accounting perspective, we should be aware of basically how the accounting is flowing from the different modules and how that the integration has been done. I think
exactly you're right.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So now you can use this transaction code. You can access this configuration report. Okay, so whatever now you're asking about that. Okay, so you can access this configuration either via solution builder, so building blocks. Okay, building blocks builder. Okay, either anything. Either you can access this transaction code through the solution builder or via building blocks for the selector configuration or via transaction code. In this case, you can manually select the solution ID. What are the solution ID and the solution code building blocks for which you will like to generate the configuration report. So now actually we are not running on 17, we are not running on 1909. So we are running on 1809. So but this report will not work. So now this report has been seen. The function code is not available. Means it is 1809 report. It is 1809. So it is not a 1909. So once I get the server access for the 1909, definitely I have been noted. Okay, I'll show this transaction code about all the execution. So this is one of the solution actually. So I'm just going through all the mod. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is how the report is going to be generated. You can see here, what is the activity type. Okay, what is the customizing object you can see here. So, okay, please click on the highlighted IMG activity to open the IMG guide, SAP customizing application. So what, okay, in which area you want to see, okay? Like I want to check the configuration of my SAP customizing implementation guide, or you can go with the business part. I like this. So you can give all the information here. It will show all the information for the next, okay? So this is one of the new change actually which has been brought in SAP S4HANA actually. You can get this by this link. Okay, so you can use this link. Okay, I'm sharing this link. Okay, you can get all the information about all the SAP. What is the SAP getting most recent SAP best practices now? You know that we had to go with SAP best practices. So before activating a solution, you should always get the most recent SAP best practices content. This content is attached to the SAP node, which are integrating into the central component of node to download this transport. So if you want to use SAP best practices, these are the best practices. So normally we'll go with SAP best practices for all the types of information. So importing the solution from the SAP best practices, so all these are going to be given. So you can go and you can read it. I'll share this information to you, all of you, not to worry. Whenever you get a time, you can go and you can log into the system over here. We are talking about something about the most important thing, which we are talking about the two tables. One is Flagger Flexa, another one is Flagger Flex T. Flagger Flexa is nothing but aggregation report, actual and aggregation report, and the Flagger Flex T is nothing but a total report. Now let me go to the SAP ECC. So is there any doubt? Is there any kind of clarifications you required in the AC DOCA table with SAP BSEC? I have went very good about the discussion about why the BSEC is still remain for the entry view, why the AC DOCA table has been maintained for the general ledger view. So what are the open items? Why the open items has to go to the general ledger view, the entry view, not to the general ledger view. So you got some information. You mean to say that you 2 hours went very well about the explanation part. Now, this is my SAP ECC system, not SAP S4HANA. So now when I go to the transaction code SE11, so yesterday we are discussing about the table which is going to be called as the Flagger Flexa. This is the new general ledger table. We can call there a classic GL is there and the new general ledger is there. So this is the new general ledger table. Actually, we call it as the new GL table. So if I click on the display, this table is much more available, which is going to be called as actual line item. See the last A alphabetical word, which is going to be standing as the actuals. So now there are 2 things we need to understand. One is AC DOCA table, very important, very important. This is so I'm just pasting here. So the table FAGLFLEXT and this is actual, and today we have ACDOCA table also. Both are going to be called as actuals only. Flagger Flexa, which is actuals, and the AC DOCA, which is going to be the actual. Now when I go into the SAP S4HANA, parallelly I will also open the SAP S4HANA. Now this is the SAP S4HANA. You can see DV2 is nothing but SAP S4HANA system ID, and EX2 is nothing but, EXP is nothing but, which is the SAP ECC system. You can easily identify like this. It is EPX is nothing but SAP ECC, and DV2 is nothing but your SAP S4HANA. Now I am in SAP S4HANA, so I will go to the same table, which is going to be called as Flagger Flexa. Now you can see here the table remains same as it is only. Even if you go to the EPX, yes, the table is going to be the remain. So this is the active table for the general ledger line item, and in SAP S4HANA we can see the table is much more activated in SAP S4HANA. Now I'll click on the technical settings. You can see the technical settings of this table. This table is no more the table is available for storing of all the actuals. In the same way, when I go to the SAP ECC also, the same table is available. The same table is going to be stored. All the DB specific properties are there. That is nothing but when I go to the technical setting, after giving the table, I'll show from the starting. After giving the table, you just click on the display. After clicking on the display, you can see that this table is still available in SAP S4HANA. Why? Because the data structure of the table remains as it is. Why? Because BSEC table is there. If the BSEC table is not available, then the Flagger Flexa table could not be available. I mean to say that there is no, because the Flagger Flexa table is a dependency on the BSEC table. So when you are using the BSEC table as a live table in SAP S4HANA for the open item management and for the aggregation purpose, for the consolidation, for the summarization purpose, then parallelly I should have this table should be activated in SAP S4HANA also. Why? Because both tables are dependencies there actually on the BSEC with the a Flagger Flexa table. So that is the reason SAP what it has done. Yes, there is no we have this Flagger Flexa table, which is much more active table in SAP S4HANA. You can see here, which is much more activated, and whatever the data I'm posting related to the actuals. Now you can see the data both in AC DOCA table and in the Flagger Flexa table also from today. So in the certification, they will ask you the question about the Flagger Flexa. Flagger Flexa table remains in SAP S4HANA with the same data structure content. So the table is not being removed. And there is one more table, we can call it as Flagel Flexity, which is going to be called as total tables. Now the total tables are no more available in SAP S4HANA. Why? Because we have removed all the total tables now. Okay. So now I removed the Flagel Flexa and I given the Flagel Flexity. And if I click on the display, now you can see here, this has been converted to the DDL SQL view. Means it is going to be, it is called as a CDS view. Actually, it has been moved as a compatibility view. Means there are no technical settings. You can see that if I go to the technical settings, if I click on the technical settings, now you can see that Flagel Flexity table does not have any technical settings. Do you want to define the technical settings? Mean to say that now whatever the tables which have been removed, whichever the tables which are no more available in SAP S4HANA, earlier they have been available for the aggregation purpose or for some whatever maybe. Now, what happened in SAP S4HANA, these tables are almost removed. Means every table is no more available in SAP S4HANA, and these tables have been converted as compatibility view table. What is this compatibility view table? We'll discuss. Okay, we'll discuss. Now, what happening? I'll go to the SAP S4HANA. Okay, the basic understanding. Certification material. Okay, so I will open the certification material so that you can understand very easily what exactly we are going to be discussing. Very, 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 very important. This is the thing I discussed last class actually. OLAP and OLTP together now. So what is happening earlier? You have three sets of data: transaction data, analyzed data, and the acceleration data. So transaction data, ETL process. Okay, all the transactions are going to be sent to your BW system. From the BW system, what is going to be happen? ETLs are going to be catching on the accelerator. So 3 copies of data in 3 different models. So now what is happening? I'm going to be eliminating. Okay, now earlier what happened? OLAP and OLTP both are separated. Now what is happening? One individual copy of the data for both transaction plus analysis from today onwards. Only one individual data here. You can see transaction plus analysis. All are going to be dependency on the in memory. Now you can see that in memory. So what is happening here? You can see here. Over the 20 years, organization have been using the special software using with additional hardware to extract, transform, and load the data from the transaction system, that is OLTP system, to the dedicated reporting system. Dedicated reporting system is nothing but your OLAP system. Based on the technology available at that time, this was the optimal way to provide the holistic view of the business data with a good response time, especially when you add the accelerator. So what is happening? We are going to be adding the accelerator. So with the help of this accelerator, I can see some performance improvement in the extracting of the data for the software and hardware. Now, online OLTP was separated from the OLAP. The reason for this lies in the database design. Actually, what is happening when you see the database, Oracle database or PeopleSoft, okay, so you can say DBMS or RDBMS or MSQL database, whichever the database you can see. So the database are serving only the purpose of storing the data, and it will only allow you to have the transactional data as at the time. But what is happening if I want to have any kind of analytical reports based on the past few years of data, something like few months of the data for the comparison, for the analytics purpose. Now at that time, the database is not going to be supported from the analytical point of view. Only you can have the transactions, you can execute the transactions, and you can have the minimal report. So what is happening? We are going to be missing something, the flavor of the reports earlier in SAP. When you take about the normal, when you take about other database systems, that is what the database design of OLAP and OLTP. Quite simple. So the database models were either built for OLTP. So the databases are going to be built based on the OLTP, or the database are going to be built only for the OLAP. So both are not combined. So, but not the both. However, this is also about the complex redundancy of that. Now, what is happening? The database which supports SAP S4HANA handles the both OLAP and OLTP together, processing for a single data model. Therefore, we do not need to have the transaction to be separated the system. Now, no need to separate the OLTP with OLAP now. Now, this is what exactly. Now, earlier what is happening? I have the database table. Let us assume that BSEC is the database table. On the database table, what is happening? I'm going to my technical people, means my technical one, nothing but my ABAPers. They are going to design the programming based on the database table as per the given requirements. So when you take one database table, either it is a BSEC table or any other table, on the top of the table, so they are going to loop. That is nothing but additional code is needed to improve the performance. So what is happening? They are writing some additional codes to the standard program only. So they're modifying the standard program So they're designing some additional code actually to need to improve the performance. So that additional code, what they are going to be doing here, additional DB objects means database objects needed to improve the performance. So they are going to be adding some aggregate tables and the index tables on the top of your database tables. You can see here. Why I should have these aggregates and the index tables on the top of your database tables? Because to improve the performance actually. So when I don't have these aggregates and the indexes on the top of the database table, what is happening? So I don't have the throughput at the level of what we are going to be expecting, means the system is going for the runtime error. So I cannot get the report within a given period of time without, if I don't have these aggregates and the indexes on the top of your database table. Means these additional DB objects, we can call them as a DB object. DB objects are nothing but database tables actually, database tables. So these database tables are going to build on the top of your database tables. So some other objects are going to be aggregates and indexes. So what is happening here? So when you come here, traditionally, applications were built on the hierarchy data model. What is your applications? Application is nothing but your server. Application is nothing but your server. We can call them as the servers. Okay. So traditional application were built on the hierarchy data model. Detailed data was summarized into the hierarchy level layer of aggregates. So what is happening? Whatever the detailed information are going to be aggregated over here. Are going to be aggregated. So what is happening? I'll tell you the more important here. On the top of the aggregates, we built more aggregates. So there's something like hierarchy and special version of the database table to support the special application. So as well as the extra copies of the data. Yes, we can see a lot of copies of the data because we are having the lot of aggregates. So we also had built an application component, blah, 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 whatever maybe. Okay, so here, the traditional database model is complex and a complex data model was causing the application code to be complex. It has been found that 70% of the application code is built specifically for the performance of an application and adds no value to the core business function. So 70% of the objects, whatever the objects you're going to be adding on the top of your database table, 70% means the 70% here, this is what exactly. So what we all know that the data is going to be resided in the database table. Whenever any postings I'm making, for example, rent expenses account to cash or bank account, whenever I'm posting this transaction will go to the application. From the application, it will go to the database. It will store in the form of a table. Now I have all the data in the database table. I have all the data having in the database table. So now what is happening when I want to extract a report, when I want to pull out a report, where the data is going to be fetching? The data is going to be fetching from the database. So when the data is getting out from the database, what is happening here on the top of your database, my technical team, what they're going to do, they're going to have some additional DB objects on the top of your database table. Why? Because whatever the data you're going to be pulling, it is a very huge data. So I need to do some performance optimization. If I don't do the performance optimization, what happens? Then my application completely, it will collapse. Definitely it will collapse. So I'm going to add some new objects, database objects on the top of your database table to improve the performance. This is what earlier which is happening in our SAP ECC with Oracle database or any other database. Now, what is happening here? The 70% of the application code is built especially for the performance of the application code, adds no value to the code within this complex data model and the complex integration with the application. Whatever. Now, in SAP S4HANA, what they are going to do here is, now, whatever the coding means, whatever the application DB objects you have written earlier, now these DB objects are no more required in SAP S4HANA program. Yes, very, very important, my dear friends. So all these aggregates and the index tables are completely removed from today. No need to have any kind of aggregations on the top of your database tables from today onwards. Very, 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 very good. So all are going to be on the fly mode. Now what happened? Now tell me, Mr. Mahesh. Now earlier, before I convert my ECC system to my SAP S4HANA system, I have some aggregates and index tables. So my developers, they have written a programming. So they already used these aggregations and indexes. Now you're telling that after the system conversion, these aggregates and indexes are not going to be working from today onwards. These tables have been completely removed. So what happened to my previous reports, which I had developed based on this aggregation and index tables? So you mean to say that the reports will not work in SAP S4HANA? Earlier the reports are working in SAP ECC. Now these reports will not work in SAP S4HANA. Do you mean to say that is the word? No. Your work means something like, I can call it as a non-disruptiveness process. What is the non-disruptiveness process? When you have a report in SAP ECC, so when you are doing the conversion, I can call it as a conversion. This is your SAP ECC. SAP ECC. Your SAP ECC is getting converted. I'm not using the greenfield implementation. Your SAP ECC is getting converted to SAP S4. This is called as a conversion actually. We call it as a conversion. Converted to SAP S4 HANA. Earlier you're working on with SAP ECC. Now what is happening? You're converted. Okay. So when you're converting your application from SAP ECC to the new generation business suite of application, which is going to be called as SAP S4 HANA. Now, let you take one example. What is the example? In SAP ECC, there is a one report called as customer aging report. Customer aging report, which is a completely new report which I have developed. There is no standard report. This is a customized report. So all the custom reports we'll see with the help of Z, CUSP_balance. Okay, example. This is the report actually. This is a completely customized report I had developed in my SAP ECC. Now what you are telling, this report is working properly in my SAP. So after you do the system conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, you are just now you told that all these kind of aggregate tables and the index tables are no more available. Yes, no more available. But this particular report I have developed based on some of the index and aggregate tables only on the top of it. So when you're migrating the system, when you're converting the ECC to the SAP S4HANA, the same report can I use in SAP S4HANA? Can I use an SAP S4HANA? Definitely you can use it. This is going to be called as the non-disruptiveness process. So I'll take one example now. I'll take you one example now. Okay. So there is a one aggregation report. There is a one index report. There is index table which is going to be called as BSID. BSID and BSIS. These are the two tables I'm taking. Assume that these are the two tables. And also I have one more table called as FAGLFLEXT table also. Now these three tables have been used for this modification, this development of this particular report. So once I converted my system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, what is happening? Now these three tables are going to be called as index and aggregate tables. Now these three tables are no more available in SAP S4HANA. Very good. No more available. Mean to say that now these three tables are no more available in SAP S4HANA. All the three tables are not available. Now you are telling the same thing if the same report can be executed in SAP S4HANA, but how the report is going to be working if these three tables are no more available? Yes, this three table data structure has been removed, but what is happening simultaneously, my system will convert these three tables as a compatibility view table. Very, very important. Compatibility view table. Yes, you can read the data from these tables. You can read the data from this particular table because view table, the original table is no more available. So in the place of original table, what I have done, I have converted your original table to compatibility view table. View is available, mean to say that the data is available in the view table, not in the original table. That I'm creating a one more compatibility view table. So whatever the data is there in the BSID, BSIK, I'm going to be moving on to the view table. So the data is there. The data is there.
With same name.
No, with a different name. I'll tell you with a different name. I'll tell you that. Okay. The data is there within the view table. So whenever you're executing this particular report, what is happening? So instead of going to these particular tables, automatically system what it will do, it will redirect and it will read the data from this compatibility view table. Redirect and read the data from this compatibility view table. So when I go to the BSID, what is the view table? So now it look like this. B_BSID. This is the view table. Sorry. B_BSID. BSID means B underscore BSID is the view table. View table for which table? BSID. The original table is BSID. Now the view table name is look like this. This is what exactly we call it as a BSID table. Beyond. Now, when you're executing the same report in SAP S4HANA, actually the report has to go and select these particular 4 tables. Now these 4 tables are no more available. So automatically system what it will do, it will redirect. It will redirect. See, for example, when I'm going for one destination from one location, from location A to location B, what is happening after my travel? In the middle of the travel, there is a deviation is there. Actually, there is some road construction is going on. So the road inspector, what they have done, they have kept some indicators telling that caution, the road is under repair, take a diversion and reach your destination. In the same way, automatically the program will redirect the table from this BSID to V underscore BSID table. Now what is happening? Yes, the data is available. So this particular report will read the data from this particular table, not from the original table, because the original tables are no more available in SAP S4HANA. Now,
so in the program, so if you are coding to read from the particular one table, so now how that will be directed to the view table, so without changing the code.
Very good. So I'll go to the SAP now. I'll go to the same BSID now. Okay. Now this is SAP S4HANA. Now I'll go to the SAP ECC. This is SAP ECC. See, BSID is the table. Earlier it is live table. It is the open item table for the customer. Now, if I see here, this table is much more activated table. Now you can see here, this table is activated. Now the same table I will do in SAP S4HANA. I'm giving same BSID table I'm giving. Now when I click on the display, now you can see here, this has been moved as the view table. This is what exactly I can call. See the difference here. This is the original table. The original table is live, much more live in SAP ECC. But when I converted the system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, now the same table, what it is happening, it is converted as a DDL SQL view. SQL view is nothing but system query language. That is a compatibility view. What is the DDL? Data definition language. Now it has been moved as a view table. So this is what exactly the source. If I double click on the source, if I double click on the source, see here, automatically in the back end, what is happening? Define view table. Now this view table is going to select the data from this corresponding other tables. Now you can see here, this table is going to have all this kind of data. Now what is happening in the back end? System will automatically read and redirect the data, and it will select the data from this particular table.
So what is happening? Any basically custom code.
Exactly. Now what is happening here? What is happening? I'm not disturbing your data. Mean to say that no need to create a new same transactional data. Means no need to create a new report in SAP S4. The same report you can also execute from SAP S4HANA. Now what is happening? Automatically in the back end, that program logic has been written in such a way that the system automatically it will redirecting from the original table, and it will going to be read the data from the other table. Means the same view table has been built on which table? The same table you can see it has been built on this all the tables you can see here. Systematically it is going to read the data from this particular table. So where is the discrepancy? Now I don't see any kind of discrepancy in my report. So your report is going to work as it is without any disturbance mode. So now from which tables? Now if I go back, so here you can see here. If I click on the joint conditions, so it is going to read the data from this BKPF, and it is going to read the data from the BSEC table. I hope the statement is very clear to all of you. Now, earlier I told that this is the open item table, my dear friend. This is the open item table. BSID is the open item table for the customer invoices. BSIK, D for the customer, and K for the vendor. So this BSID is the open item table for the customers. Now, as yesterday I told that all the open items are maintained in the BSEC from today onwards, because this table is no more available. Now, when you are executing the data from this particular table, so system automatically it will redirect and it will read the data from this BSID table. So this is going to be the original table which is going to be remains in our SAP S4HANA. So generated SQL view are only supported to the limited by SE11 transaction. Now it is going to read what are the fields are going to be read. So these are the fields which are going to be reading on the database table. So this is the logic. Now you may ask me a question like this: how many tables have been removed? Can I get the list of all the tables which are no more available in SAP S4HANA, which are available in SAP ECC? Definitely. This is what we can call it as a simplification list of SAP S4HANA 19.1. Just come down till finance. Where is the finance here? Okay, here it is, the data model change in the finance. You can page number 166. You can click on the page number 166. Now here, if you see here, these are the tables which are no more available. Just now we are seeing this table. The original table is called as BSID. Now the compatibility view table, this is okay. BSID underscore DDL is a compatibility. See here. BSID underscore DDL. See here. BSID underscore DDL is a compatibility view table. Now the backup table is also available. So whenever you want to see the backup table is going to be called BSID underscore BCK backup table. Now what is happening here? Now this table is going to read the data from all this particular DDL. DDL is nothing but data definition language, which is going to be called as the compatibility view table. So these are the tables actually, which are no more. Now earlier we have seen this Flagger Flexi. Flagger Flexi is also no more available. Now this is the backup table for the Flagger Flexi, and this is the backup table. Okay, you can see it. This is the DDL view table, and this is the backup table. So like this, you can go and see here. So now what is the SAP is very clearly telling that the universal general entry significantly change the way of transact data is stored for the reporting purpose. It offers a huge benefit in terms of ability for harmonizing internal external reporting purpose. Now, while the installation of SAP Simple Finance on-premise edition totals and the application index tables were removed. Yes, this is what. Now you can see here. Now earlier the total index tables were built over here. Now what is happening? What is telling that? So that the totals and the application index tables were removed and replaced by the identically named called as DDL SQL views. DDL SQL views is nothing but data definition language called as a compatibility view table. Now we are going to be calling these tables as a compatibility. DDL SQL view table are going to be called as a compatibility view table. So these compatibility view tables are only used to read the data. You cannot modify whatever the data is there in this compatibility view table. You can only read whenever you are executing the report. You can only read the data from this table. You cannot modify, you cannot delete, or you cannot change the data from the DDL SQL view table, because the system is only used to view, not for any kind of modification. So view table. These view tables are generated with the DDL sources. Okay, DDL sources are nothing but these are the DDL sources. If I double click on it, so in the backend, you can see here, these are the DDL sources. View table are going to be written based on the compatibility source code. This is how the source code is. This is going to be called as the link for the DDL SQL view. You can see from when you're executing this table, this select automatically this table will go and select the data as selected the data from which table. These all the fields are going to be executed. So with this replacement take place during the add-on of Install Simple Finance using the sum related program. Okay, the compatibility view ensures the database selects works as before, as I told. However, right axis means you cannot insert, you cannot update, you cannot delete, or you cannot modify was removed from the SAP standard. Means you can only read the data. Means if I go into the technical settings, if I see this particular program, if I go to, there are no technical settings are available. If I see here, there are no technical settings. This is only just like a dummy table. Only you can read the table. If I go to and if I click on the technical settings, now it is very clearly telling that BSISD is not have any technical setting. Do you want to define the settings? No, because this is the date table. Because we cannot modify the table. The system is not allowing you to modify. This is the date table. So automatically it will read the data from where it is going to be. So this table is going to be having on the top of these two tables. So it is going to read the data from which table? It is going to read the data from the BKPF and the BSEC. I hope there is one diagram from the SAP. This diagram is very good. See here. So what is telling that? When you are executing the same custom program or a custom report, see, as I told you that, okay, this is the custom program which is used for, which I used in our SAP. This is now the same custom program. Now I'm executing in the SAP S4HANA. Custom program, it will go and select the old tables. See here, old tables, because the custom program has been written based on the old tables, which are no more available in SAP S4HANA from today onwards. Now what is happening? Now the GLTO table, Flaggle Flexi table, COEP table, these are no more available. Now what happened to the custom program? Automatically, what is happening? In the back end, the system is going to redirect and it will read the data from the compatibility view table. And where this compatibility view tables are available, this compatibility view table is available on the top of your universal general entry table, which is going to be called as AC DotCom table. So one of the basic promise. So what is telling that what is very, very important here is nothing but one of the basic promise of focus on SAP development is to provide the product that does not disrupt the business process, the day-to-day of the business. As a great effort has been made to safeguard your custom investment, whatever maybe. So read access for the custom ABAP programs or reports or product table work as before. Read access is automatically redirected to the universal general as the new logic is going to be. All the programs with the right access to the selected database are replaced by the CDS view, that is compatibility view table, will cause the problem and cannot be used anymore without the data adoption. So you can see these are the tables which are no more available. Earlier, these are going to be called as index tables. These are going to be called as aggregate tables. You can see these are going to be called as the total tables. Now the total tables are also going to be removed. You can see here. Everything is no more available, means all the tables are no more available. Now you can see there is a redirect and it will read the data from your universal. This is the logic what SAP has been clearly telling to all the customers. Now from today onwards, you will have all the benefits of using the same existing table without any disturbance. Now I'm going to give the one more table which is earlier we are talking, which is going to be called as Flaggle Flexa. Flaggle Flexa. Now I'll click on the display. If I go to here, that is going to be called as where user list. We can see here where user list. If I go to Flaggle Flexa table, you can go to the utilities, and from the utilities there is called as a concept called as where user list. If I click on the where user list, in which are all the programs I am using this particular table in SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important, my dear friend. In what are all the tables I can call as in what are all the programs I am going to be using this particular table. So if I select everything, I'm selecting everything, and if I press enter, yes, now I'll get the list here. You can see the list over here, and in the list you can see here this table type Flaggle Flex underscore table, which is going to be table content for the Flaggle Flex. So this is going to be used in this functional module, and this is going to be used in this package interface. And if you come down, you can see all the data, wherever the data is going to be using the program. Okay, what are all the programs, what are all the modules which are going to be included, the table is going to be included. You can see the list of all the programs and interfaces. You can see this is the benefit you are going to be getting. Now the original table is going to be called a Flaggle Flexa underscore ORA. Okay, now you can see this is the original table. Actually, this is a view name of this table. As SAP told that now this AC DotCom table, now you can, if I come down, you can see here the tables which have been removed here. You can see here Flaggle Flexa, new general ledger line item level table. Now in 1801, this table is no more available in SAP S/4HANA. Table is removed. But Mahesh, if we see the table is available, see here. You told that just now this table is available. Now you're telling this table is no more available. Yes. But I see this table is available. It is not a DDL SQL view table. This is a transparent table, Mahesh. This is available. But how you are confirming this table is going to be called as a view table? Because if I go to the BS ID, it is very clear to me. If I go to the BS ID, it is very clear. This is going to be called as a view table. I can see it directly here. You're showing me. If I go to utilities, if I go to the where user list, and if I click on all the programs and everything, and here I can see this is the view table. You just know this is the view table. You can see this is the view table. So this view table is going to be executed in all these types. Okay, this is very good. Can you show the same thing to me for this Flaggle Flexa also? Yes, Flaggle Flexa is also going to be called as a view table. Okay, it is also going to be called as a view table. How I can see? If you go back, give the same Flaggle Flexa, please. So whatever the tables which have been removed, some tables will show as a transparent table. But if you go to the utilities, and if I click on the where user list, and if I select the view club, wherever the programs which are going to be, if I select everything, and if I press enter, you can see this is the view table. Now you can see this is the table type. The view table name is going to be called as FGLB underscore GLB underscore structure table, and the source table This is all the tables are, you can see, this is a view table. V underscore FAGLA underscore ORI. That is the DDL source of view table, which is not more available in SAP S4HANA, but it is backend, it is converted as a view table, but in the front end, you can see it is a live table.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which Fury app would you use to manage and monitor financial closing tasks in SAP S4HANA Finance? And the options are Manage bank accounts, Manage general entries, Manage financial closing tasks, Manage cost centers. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, type the correct answer in the comment section below. Good luck! Hello there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S4HANA Finance 1809? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this training, you will master the art of managing finances efficiently with SAP S4HANA Finance 1809. It's like having a powerful toolkit for handling all your financial needs from budgeting to reporting. Our course covers everything from the basics to advanced techniques designed by industry experts. Your instructors are seasoned pro with the years of experience in the field. They are here to make sure you understand everything and can answer any question you might have. But don't just take our words for it. Our students rave about how helpful this course has been for them. People just like you have found it incredibly valuable. And the best part is it's budget friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't cost you an arm and a leg. Ready to become SAP S4HANA Finance 1809 Viz? Enroll now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.